One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
So I want to present to you the letter I sent to the local prosecutor. It's not an ExGroup for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved. You should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Thank you very much.
I realize that there are probably a lot of people, some may even be in this community, who don't feel too strongly about Israel and Bibi. But for the rest of you, that was an undeniably strong, hardcore video that President Trump put out. I love the fact when he held his hand and he looked into the camera like, yeah, this is it. So if you don't like it, I can't help you. There's a lot of stuff lately that I can't help you with. You either have to deal with it or not. And I'm pretty sure what I'm going to show you today is going to tell you, stop listening to the peanut gallery. I know it's nice. I know it helps feed egos. I know it helps with, the stuff you want to see. You want to have that insanity in your life, but you got to stop. And what I'm going to show you today is pretty much going to tell you, here it is, right in front of you. It's up to you. See, I put up a poll and I said, how many of you guys have saw the presser from this morning? And 84% of you, as of right now, have not seen that presser. I have the entirety of that presser. We're gonna go with the cabinet meeting, then we're gonna jump into the presser, and then I've got Reagan Reese coming up at about 2:30. So this might be a long show. We may be here until 3 o'clock. It depends on what's going on. I think. Let me just double check that, but I believe Reagan is due to come on at 2:30. Ashley has her booked. If you remember, Reagan was the reporter who asked President Trump, yes, it's at 2:30. Reagan was the reporter who asked President Trump about Washington, D.C. Out of the blue. We're going to find out what's going on with that. Where'd she come up with that question? Why did she come up with that question? So we're going to talk about that. So we got the 11 o'clock cabinet meeting. Then we're going to go into the agricultural presser, which was a bombshell of epic proportions. And it will tell you a lot to stop listening to the peanut gallery. One of the things that popped up during this presser, you're going to hear it said. Remember last week? Everybody was screaming. In fact, up until probably about 20 minutes ago, people were screaming about, oh, he's going to let all these people in and the amnesty and blah, 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 blah. I keep telling you, there's talks. They're trial balloons. They want to hear what people say. Well, they came out emphatically and said, nope, there's not going to be any amnesty. They're going to keep going with the mass deportations. Until you hear it specifically from Trump and the administration, don't worry what people are saying on the internet. I may be the only person who's so grounded into them because I don't have time to listen to all this. And then, on top of that, during this press conference, which included a number of members of the cabinet, the same people are going to be here at 11. Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, Brooke Rollins, and guess who else was there? Pam Bondi. And Pam Bondi comes out during this press conference, which you will hear, and she will tell you what is a priority for Donald Trump. Everybody out there who's screaming about she needs to be fired and this if you're thinking she needs to be fired and what you're saying, basically understand this. If you think she should be fired, then you're saying Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing. I hate to break it to you. But if I had people under my command who sucked so badly that everybody wanted these people fired, then that shines on me as the boss because it means I've hired and I've empowered this person. So at some point you have to say, this is the people he wants in place until he doesn't want them in place. There's no amount of chatter that's going to make him fire somebody because you don't know what his objectives are. And so when you see this press conference, you're going to come out and go, so she's so adamant about this, but she's not adamant about that. Well, this is what the boss has her doing. And when you hear why, it should make sense to you in terms of priority. Now, I'll break a little news to you. They're going after China. China. Part of this press conference, a number of the bombs. One of the bombs were they are no longer going to let China own farmland. I keep telling you, the guy's got his 20-something, his list of things he wants to do, and he's going after them one after one after one. And all the other BS going on X and Facebook and everybody else, you're going to have to withdraw and say, in his time. Not mine. Not Steve Bannon's, not this person's. Everything's going to happen according to the time he wants it to happen. So everything else is just mindless flutter. Get used to that. Seriously. I mean, this is such a strong press conference. I sat back and went, you got to be kidding me. after what he posted yesterday about I'm right behind Dan and Cash, and then what I heard today from all of them, Brooke and Pam and Christy, is like they know what they're doing. And so to infer otherwise is to say he doesn't know what he's doing. And after I saw this press conference today, I'm like, yeah, they pretty much know what the hell they're doing. In his time, in his plan, how he wants to execute. And everything else is useless whining. Sorry, that's what it is. All right, so he also, let me just check something, making sure one of my feeds is indeed working. All right. He also posted this on True Social. Again, nobody probably saw this coming. Everybody was wishy-washy on CNBC and all the economists. And I'm like, this is pretty easy. You're going to make a whole bunch of money if you just listen to what he says. If you listen to what Scott Besson says, if you listen to what Howard Lutnick says, you're going to prosper. Stop flipping doubting. He hasn't given you a reason to doubt. Other people are placing doubt. Other people are saying, hey, well, you know, I'm not really sure what's going on. And he's stacking it. He's stacking win after win after win. And you guys, this guy's probably 20-1 right now. And you're acting like he's 1-20. I don't get it. Here's what he posted 2 minutes ago, actually 5 minutes ago. As per letters sent to various countries yesterday, I showed you all those letters, in addition to letters that will be sent today, tomorrow, and the next short period of time, so he's still going. Come on, man. This guy is the Energizer Bunny, and he's going to make sure he collects his money, America's money. We need to have our money pay us. We need to prosper. I can't pull down the debt if I don't raise the tariffs. If the tariffs don't come up, then and the GDP doesn't come up and everything else, then it doesn't work. So he's steadfast. I can't even stress it. So steadfast in terms of where he's headed with this economy. And I'm thinking he's not bluffing when he says get strapped onto the rocket. It's gonna go crazy. Here's what he said. As per letters sent to various countries yesterday, in addition to letters that will be sent today, in addition to letters that will be sent tomorrow, in addition to the letters for the next short period of time, tariffs will start being paid on August 1st, 2025. Y'all got 3 weeks. Pay me. Pay America. Get that? There has been no change to this date, and there will be no change. In other words, all money will be due and payable starting August 1st, 2025. No extensions will be granted. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Pay us. But what about this stuff over here? What about this thing here? You know, we want to know about this. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go to the other podcast. Do what you need to do. Focus on that shit that ain't going to help you. Meanwhile, I'm watching the moves this man is making, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, it's unbelievable. It's so positive. Going back to last night, it's positive stuff. I can't focus on and wallow in negativity. That's not what I do. I've never been that way. As an athlete, I never focused on the losses other than to watch the game film. Everything else was, when am I going to do better next time so I can win? So I can win. You asked for it.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
And I have to say if, because I don't know at this point. If that is what people want, then why are they focusing on the loss? Or not even loss. The stuff that's not important to winning. Different. I'm not saying that the children, I'm not saying at all that that's not important, but you don't know what they're doing. It's all conjecture. Nobody really knows. So why don't we, as a group, focus on what we do know, what we do see happening? We can pray for the kids. We can pray that people meet justice. But there's nothing that I can do that's going to exact justice, and all that energy is wasted. I want wins. And when the time comes to hopefully see the win in that realm, that'll be just another one we choke up. Just chalk it up. Another one. All right, so that being said, it is 11:02. He has not come out as of yet. Everybody is waiting, and I'm looking at the different feeds. Nothing yet. As soon as it comes on. So I do have an announcement for you. I think you guys, well, some of you may like this. Some of you may not. Starting right now, and I do mean like right now, you guys can be a part of this show. I'm going to be starting a segment, something that nobody else is doing. Again, we keep trying to break things open. So today, you can go to this link, fanfareshop.org/submit video. You have to do it on a desktop or a laptop or maybe even an iPad. You can't do it on your phone. But if you'd like to be featured on the show, if you say something worth featuring, don't sit there and we'll just hit delete if you end up being an idiot. But if you'd like to be featured on this show, you can go to that link right there, right now, and create a video and talk to everybody, and we'll play it on the show if it's playable. I'm sure we'll get a lot of spam. I expect it. But here we are. We're going to create a segment. I was talking about doing a call-in. I'm like, you know what? Let's go a little bit further with that. Let's get people on the show. You want to be a part of it? I can line up videos and have them, and we can play them. We'll take a day of the week, and we'll call it Viewer Day. Viewer Mail. There you go. There you go right there. Go ahead and go to fanfareshop.org/submit video, and you can submit a video. I don't know how long it can be. Ashley would have to tell me that. But go ahead. Put a video on. I'd love to get as many submissions as possible, and we can talk directly. I can go ahead and play it. Everybody else can see it. And I think it's even better than a call-in show because we'll know we're talking to a real person and not some sort of bots calling in anonymously. So I'm going to leave that there for a second as we go ahead and check the feeds. Nothing is up yet, but go ahead and go to that link. Love to talk to people. Would love to see how it's going to be. And now this is something new that I'm starting. I'm sure other people will try it after I do. I'm like, what the hell is Barry doing now? First, Barry put comments on the screen. Oh man, we got to do comments on the screen. And then now we're going to up it again. We're going to up it again. Keep pushing the envelope. If I want to get bigger, I got to get better. I got to keep working out. All right, everybody. Still nothing yet in terms of the feed. I'm going to take some comments here in a second, but I just wanted to check something as well. Hold on. Just do that. I'll have mercy on everyone. Not sure. You know what? Perfect. If you don't want to show your face, go ahead and put a paper bag on it and talking to the camera. There you go. It's like, or put up an avatar or something. You know, do like the Guy Fawkes thing and put up a. Oh my gosh, that is too funny. Very good and innovative. I'm going for it. It may fall flat on its face, but you know what? I just felt that this is a way you guys can get involved. It would be fun. Interesting, Barry. Interesting idea. I'm camera shy. Oh gosh, that's too funny. Can't think of that movie name. That movie is from Sunset Strip, and that's what's her name? What's her name? Desmona or something, and she's a reclusive movie star who, you know, kills somebody, and the police, the way they arrested her was to come and pretend like they were doing a movie, and she's like, I'm ready for my close-up. Mr. DeMille. And I thought that if you guys have never seen that movie, it's an old movie. It's one of Robin's. She made me watch it. And then she's like, you're going to love it. You love cop movies. I'm like, okay. And so she's an old star. And then that is the signature line. You've probably heard the line used before. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. And that's her going into the camera. And I decided to put that up. I may actually get that movie clip so you guys can hear her say it. It's kind of scary because she goes into the camera like this, real crazy looking. She cuckoo. So I was like, that might work. Whew. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, if you guys are interested in it, go for it, man. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. No, I'm not Brad Pitt. I mean, Brad Pitt's not me either, so just let him know that. But anyway, yes, we're all amongst friends here. And if you don't want to show your face, I don't know, do this. Hi, how you doing, Barry? Yeah, Barry, I want to know why you're such an idiot. I don't know why you don't understand how this Epstein stuff is so important. And you keep saying it's not important, but you know what? I still love you, buddy. I gotta go. Yeah, I get those kind of emails. But you can do that. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm cracking myself up. That's how good of a mood I am in this morning. That's how good of a mood I am after not worried about anything and knowing that things are about to go crazy. Let's look at some financial news, can we? S&P struggling, Dow down 77. But this was a weird, I will say it, weird ruling that came out yesterday. Hold on, let me just make sure. I have to keep talking because I don't want to. Okay, as I show you this, I just wanted to make sure that the feed didn't start early or whatever. But a story popped up yesterday, and it's, I don't know, depending on what you think, this may either be good news or it may be kind of weird news. Let's see what we're looking at here. Let me get rid of Desdemona here. All right. The IRS says churches can endorse political candidates without losing tax-exempt status. That came out this morning. The IRS, in a new federal court filing, says that churches can endorse political candidates to their congregations without risking the loss of their tax-exempt status. The move upends a 70-year interpretation of the U.S. tax code, whose Johnson Amendment has barred certain nonprofit groups, including churches, from endorsing political candidates without putting their tax-exempt status in jeopardy. Here's why that's good, as far as I'm concerned. The Democrats have already been doing it. The Democrats, especially in the black churches around the Democrat areas, they've been having people come and speak at the pulpit. Now, I don't like that. I'm not there to hear Kamala Harris when I'm in church. I'm not there to hear Fannie Willis when I'm in church. But I don't have a problem if somehow the message is woven and, you know, they endorse a candidate. I don't think many pastors are going to do it because it seems like the only pastors who do it are the ones on the left. The right are there to say the message. They're there to say the message and that be it. I doubt JJ is going to endorse anybody from a pulpit on stage. Nope, not going to happen. I could be wrong. I have to ask him what he thinks about that. But, you know, let me know what you guys think about that. What I think they did was they understood that the law says you couldn't, but it was only enforced against conservatives because we know the black churches have been doing it forever. Ever. They control the parishes. They do everything. They've been getting on stage and having revival meetings with political candidates and nothing ever happened to them, but if a Republican or conservative did it, then they get slapped. So I think this is just to level the playing field and say, you guys want to do it? Go ahead. If they want to do it, they can do it as well. That's just how it is. But me personally, I don't want to go to church for that. Yeah, all good. Yeah, exactly, all good. I thought it was not legal. I know. You know why? Because the black churches have been doing it forever. Forever. Yeah, they should talk about why black homes only have 40% of the fathers in them in America. Yeah, you want to go there? Yeah, that's some third rail stuff there. That's definitely some third rail stuff. All right, so before this begins, let me go ahead and tell you right now about Lear Capital and what I'm doing with Lear Capital. Many of you guys know, but a lot of people think that buying gold and silver is beyond their price range. This might be, but this is a gold, I don't know, I think quarter ounce, eighth of an ounce, like $300 for this. And this is a full ounce of silver, and this is like 30, 35. People are thinking this is about to explode with all the AI and technology that is going to need silver. There's something else happening with gold. Now, I don't want to turn this into a long financial conversation because at any minute they could flip the switch and he'd be on. But I'm going to tell you what's going on with some gold stuff. There is some serious movement in the gold market. And this has nothing to do specifically with Lear, but it's information you need to be abreast of. If in your own personal financing, this isn't part of the commercial. This is me just telling you, I've got some information today to talk to you about what's going on in gold and silver. It's going to blow you away. I mean, absolutely blow you away. And this is not, that has nothing to do with my relationship with Lear Capital. Lear is, they provide people gold and silver who want it, but I need to tell you what's going on in the market because crazy stuff is happening. When he said rocket ship, he wasn't kidding. Wasn't kidding, but in the interim, just check this out. We're in a very volatile time right now. There's plenty of financial uncertainty. Now is not the time to be speculative. And I'm also speaking from a personal perspective. I'm buying income-producing real estate, and I'm buying gold and silver. A lot of people don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And too many people listen to the news and social media. That'll get you in trouble. Let's face it. It's obvious that a lot of people have an agenda they're not telling you about. Right now, your best bet is stability. And that means you might need to build a hedge against global volatility. May I recommend gold and silver to you? Real gold and real silver. Not paper, not certificates. Actual gold and silver. What gold and silver can give you is absolute peace of mind. A stock is only as good as the company behind it. It's merely a piece of paper. One of the things I can tell you is that many people are finding out the hard way that some of their investments were built on quicksand. Gold will never be worth zero. Silver will never be worth zero. If you want to calm some of your fears, give my friends at Lear Capital a call today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. Just so you know, Lear Capital has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $5 billion in trusted transactions. And Lear is the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So go to learberry.com. If you want peace of mind, give my friends at Lear Capital a call at 800-601-5430. Or look down here below and go to learberry.com. And don't forget to ask about getting up to $15,000 in free gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Do it now. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. Be safe. I just want to say thank you to the Fanfare community. And if you're new here, I'd like to take a moment and welcome you. If you watch my videos, you've probably realized at this point that this isn't your usual podcast. The difference is that every single day, I try to make this show an open conversation amongst friends. You see, I believe that speaking to friends, here and in your own circle offline, is the best way to push back against all the lies being told by the Democrats and the media. I encourage people in this community to welcome each other, and in doing so become a source of support for those seeking to unplug from the matrix. If you'd like to communicate on a deeper level, I invite you to subscribe to the channel, but if you'd really like to surround yourself with like-minded patriots, Join our free and private X group by going to fanfareshop.org/group. When you join this free group, a few things will happen. One, if you haven't used X before, you can use X without venturing into the sewer that it sometimes can be. Two, you can share content with friends that you meet here. Three, you will get notified every time I go live, so you can't count on YouTube notifications. And four, and this might be most important, you get content that I can't share on YouTube or Rumble. So please take a moment and join our free and private X group. Just go to fanfareshop.org/group. Remember, it's members only. There are 16,000 plus people in that group right now, getting close to 17,000. To join our free and private members only X group, just go to fanfareshop.org/group. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Okay, so while we're waiting for him to come on, let me cover a couple other things that kind of lead into what we're going to be talking about during that presser. I'm not sure if you saw this, but Tom Homan had this to say about the guy who opened fire on the ICE agent.
Arrested. Who were they, Tom?
Look, they're your typical protesters that go from protesters to criminals. The attack on ICE officers, you've covered it many times, is up nearly 700% now. We were talking 500% a couple weeks ago, so it continues. The rhetoric against the men and women of ICE is skyrocketing, especially by members of Congress. We have senators, we have Congress people that compare ICE to the Nazis, compare ICE to racists, and it just continues. So the public thinks, well, if a member of Congress can attack ICE, why can't we? So the rhetoric has to stop. Or it's a matter of time for someone to, one of the ICE officers goes down or a criminal goes down. But we already see an officer go down.
To be clear, so these were American citizens? These weren't illegals who opened fire?
No. As far as the investigation, I want to get ahead of the local investigation on this, but they appear to be agitators, people that are protesting ICE operations, damaging ICE property, want to attack ICE.
So you've got these people out there who have now escalated to the point where they're not just protesting. They've gone beyond protesting to actually committing violence. Violence unlike we've seen. This isn't burning up a building. This isn't torching a police car. This isn't throwing bricks through windows. This is intent to kill. This is their intent to injure government officials. When you get to that point where you don't even care whether somebody lives or dies, now we're approaching that civil war of a different level. Before, as I've said, I believe we've been in a civil war. Now I think we're raising the ante here. Now it's to a point where you better make sure you got pew-pews and ammo. If they cross this Rubicon, there's no going back. Because what will happen, especially if these men and women in ICE or in Border Patrol begin fearing for their lives, that they think somebody's going to take a shot at them, what do you think the next thing is going to happen? It's inevitable at this point. This is what the Democrats wanted. They wanted to get to a point where they could cause this kind of chaos so they can blame it on Trump. They won't even condemn this guy taking a shot at ICE. Nope. And in fact, they just keep ratcheting it up and up and up. Karen Bass yesterday led a whole different kind of protest where she was complaining the military involvement in Los Angeles. They want this fight. They're going to get it. Because they're incentivizing these idiots to act out. You've seen the videos on X. Most of them I think are fake anyway. I think they do it for clicks and likes. But there are a few out there, the ones who aren't posting. Those are the ones you need to worry about. The ones posting, they're idiots. The ones who aren't posting, who are looking to take action, who are planning the next ambush. Those are the ones who are going to cause this thing to ignite like a firestorm, because these guys are walking around with large guns and ladies, and if they feel they're in danger, I think if Maximus was in here, he'll let you know. They're gonna light them up. they will have to light them up. And then it's on. The Democrats will be screaming. They'll be trying to charge these people. Well, he didn't really hit you. He was a poor boy. He didn't understand what he was doing. You need to let these people know right now, don't do it. You think the military's in Los Angeles right now? You think that bothers you? Go ahead and shoot one of these people. You won't even have to worry, Karen Bass. Your city will be under martial law, and you'll be under Trump's command and Tom Homan. You won't have any authority. You better stop it. I mean, here's Stephen Miller talking about it as well, because he understands.
For Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. All right, Mr. Miller, ICE agents, Border Patrol agents, cops are now getting shot at. How is this happening?
It's happening because, Jesse, there is an insurrectionist movement in the Democratic Party that is inspiring domestic terrorism against ICE. When you have the mayor of Los Angeles mobilizing agitators, mobilizing the mob against ICE, saying that federal law enforcement has to leave her city. This is a settled constitutional question. Federal law is the supreme law of the land. You cannot nullify it. You cannot secede from it. It is the law of the United States of America. So these insurrectionist Democrats are every day engaging in rhetoric that is incentivizing, that is encouraging, that is fomenting violent terrorist attacks against ICE and ICE officers. Not only in the shootings that you've seen recently, but ICE officers are being doxxed. Their families and children are being threatened. Their addresses are being posted online. They are being subjected to a campaign of terror by these radical Democrats. Why, Jesse? What is this all about? This is the central struggle in the West. The Democrat Party's objective is to flood the West with millions upon millions of illegals from the developing world, from the poor nations of the world, the failed states of the world, the collapsing states of the world, believing that in so doing, they will collapse the West, they will collapse the middle class, they will collapse the population that has lived here before the migrants came. And in so doing, they think in the rubble of that, they can rule. They can sit on top of the pile of ashes. Ask yourself this. Why is it that Democrats are so insistent that unlimited numbers of illegals from countries that are incapable of managing their own affairs come here? Countries like Somalia, countries like Haiti, countries that have no history of successful self-government, and they want unlimited numbers of illegals from those countries and refugees from those countries to come here with no chance at the pace, the scale, the scope of arrivals at being able to assimilate and integrate into the American way of life. What has it done to our schools? What has it done to our hospitals? What has it done to just traffic in our cities? Every issue that affects our quality of life, Jesse, public safety, drugs, crime, education, healthcare, waiting in the emergency room, are all exacerbated, worsened, and undermined by mass illegal immigration. ICE officers are heroes, and they need the support of the American people. President Trump is liberating our towns, just as he was promised, just as the American people overwhelmingly voted to give him a mandate to do just 5 months ago.
It's straight up.
See, when Stephen Miller talks, I don't even like interrupting. Because every single word that this guy parses and comes out, he shoots fire. Absolute fire. At this point, this party is against you. At this point in America, they want the overthrow of America as it sits currently. They want, as much as they say they're for the working class and the poor, they want people to be poor. They want to subjugate people and make sure they stay poor. Just go out there and pick my food, clean my house, do what I need to, but just stay and be happy where you are. That's what they want from people. And that's why Americans need to understand, because some of these people are completely lost because they want it too. They want to be treated like a second-class citizen. When they came out with that thing and said, you'll own nothing and be happy, I knew right there where they were going. That they had taken these kids from college and said, listen, you've been living in a dorm. You're already there. What happens when you're in college? Well, if you're getting government loans and everything else, you go to school, but everything else is pretty much free. You're living free. You're eating free. And those of us who have been in college, if you're on scholarship or if mom and dad paid, it's a pretty cushy life. I have a bunk here with this other guy or 3 other people, depending on what your situation is, or you live in a fraternity house like I did with 32 other people, and you do whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want, and it's all free for the most part. When I say free, yes, just like the word free is, somebody else is paying for it. I happen to be on a scholarship. The guy sitting next to me was on a scholarship. Sleeping next to me is a scholarship. The guy in the other bunk, well, in the other room or apartment or whatever, his family paid for it. But in any event, we live to go to school, go to practice, eat, chase girls, and have parties. We didn't want for anything. And so by catching these kids at a very, very young age and doing the exact same thing to them and saying, hey, listen, you can have all this stuff you had in college forever. It'd be like one big fraternity party for the rest of your life. And you don't have to have kids or nothing. We'll just keep you. You'll owe nothing and be happy, which is pretty much how we were when we were 20, 19, and 18. You didn't own anything. Maybe some clothes. But you were happy because you got up in the morning. Those of us went to class, and some of the kids who didn't go to class, and you came back and go, what time's the party, man? What are we doing? Who's got the keg? You got a keg? Who's going out tonight? What are we doing? Everything was just there. And so they did it. They had the perfect incubation. It's perfect. These are kids who didn't want anything anyway. So if you just say, hey, listen, we're going to extend your college years, not just for 4, but for 30 years. You can live like this forever. The government will take care of you. We'll give you some food. We'll give you something to drink, someplace to lay your head. That's all you need. And it's an easy sell to these kids because nobody's showing them the alternative. Just imagine right now when you were in college, you're like, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to do well. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to meet somebody. I'm going to get married. I'm going to work. I'm going to work for 20 or 30 years, and then I'm going to retire. And during the way, I'm going to have some kids, and those kids are going to do the same thing I did. We're going to buy a house. We're going to get a vacation home. Because you had aspirations because your parents probably told you that. Now, unveil this and move backwards. And think to yourself, what if your parents never gave you that aspiration? What if your parents said, stay there, man, protest, and do what you need to do? Man, I can't even imagine having that amount of time to protest if you're in college. I went to school. I had to go to practice. And then we had fun outside of that, but there wasn't like I had 6 or 7 hours in a day to head to some place and go, let's go do a sit-in over there. I'm like, well, don't you have class? How are you going to go sit in a quad and protest and still be able to go to school? See, that's another investigation that's not happening. How are these kids getting graded? If they're going out for a week at a time or 2 weeks at a time and they're sitting in a quad with a funky scarf and carrying a flag for Pakistan, or what do you call it? The other one, not Pakistan, Palestine. If they're all doing that all day long, how in the hell are they getting grades? How are they being passed along? And then how are they staying on campus if they're not getting the grades? How are they still getting the money if they're not getting the grades? Where I went to school, even if you got financial aid, you had to stay in school. In order to stay in school, you had to pass. You actually had to take tests. What are these kids doing these days? I'm like, how do you have that much time? How do you have that much spare time? Because it would have to be spare, unless they've got majors in protesting now. Hey, we're going to grade you on your ability to protest. There's a whole ecosystem that's being done in these colleges that are screwing kids' heads up. And so it's easy to turn them into little communists because they're already communists. Everybody in college in some way, shape, or form is a socialist. You're not paying for anything. Everything that is given to you by the government, your parents, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your frat brothers. You're not doing anything. So to them, it's no different. Yeah, the man's horrible. The man makes me go to work. I don't want to go to work. I'm having a great time. It's Animal House personified. We all went to the movie Animal House. We laughed at it. And then after we got jobs and grew up, we still laugh at it. Oh, I remember that. That was funny back then. What if it was right now? What if you were 30 or 40 years old and you were Blutarsky? You'd have nothing to do, all day to do it, and all you're waiting for is the next protest. These kids are never getting past Animal House, but instead of being a frat party with beer, they're protesting. It's the exact same thing. But now it's getting dangerous. Now they're asking these kids, put your lives on the line. It's for the cause. Go ahead, take a shot at this ice guy or ice lady. It's the government. They can't do anything. They don't want another Kent State. And Kent State's right around the corner. I'm telling you, Kent State is right around the corner. All right, so waiting for them to come out. They still haven't come out. This is a video that Brooke Rollins and Pete Hegseth did either right before or right after the presser from today.
Hey everyone, it's Brooke Rollins here with my great friend Secretary Pete Hegseth. Today is a banner day because today we continue to effectuate President Trump's vision of securing America against the world threats. And so today we're rolling out farm security is national security, protecting our agriculture homelands and our way of life. And again, what a joy to get to do this with Secretary Hegseth.
Wow, thank you for your leadership, honestly. I mean, this is what secretaries in your position should have done a long time ago. I mean, we've got a Department of Homeland Security director that cares about Homeland Security.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, and that Attorney General that cares about justice.
Yes.
And at the Secretary at the Department of Defense, we care about Homeland Security. Yeah. And as you said, energy security, food security, water security is national security. And so when you look at our bases here in the United States or around the world, we ought to know who owns that land around strategic bases.
That's right.
Where are they from? Are they Americans? If not, why?
Yeah.
And your plan helps us address that. And so we're excited to partner with you. Thank you for your leadership. Anything we can do, let us know. Yeah. And this is all part of securing America and American citizens and putting America first. So it's common sense for us.
Yeah.
It's just too bad government hasn't
done it yet. Amen. Thank you. Thanks everyone. Thank you.
So as you hear that, what does it tell you? Because he mentioned Pam Bondi and he mentioned America First, and they're talking about things that obviously they know what's going on. They absolutely know what's going on. It's about America first, not Epstein first. Not all this stuff. That's stuff that, yes, we all want to see it happen, but I'm confident at this point that President Trump is enacting his agenda and the way he wants to do it, and he's got these people all on board following his direction. And when I see these things like this, and I'm like, he's telling you, yeah, we got the best secretary of this, we got the best secretary of that, we got the best attorney general, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's cheerleading. I think they've bought into his vision. And it just amazes me because when I see what other people are saying out there, I thought to myself, why is this never, ever, not ever, 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 to coin Chris Tucker from Rush Hour, never, ever, ever, ever. Why is this something you never, ever, ever, ever see in the Democrats? Because the Democrats stay focused on their mission, and they don't let anything sideline them. Don't let anything move them away from their mission. They are completely, that's the only reason why they are an adversary. That is the only reason why they are a competitive foe. They should be stomped into non-existence at this point. There shouldn't even be a Democrat Party except for the fact, all for one, one for all. See, the conservatives tried to do that. They tried the phrase once, you know, it was nice to say, where we go one, we go all. You heard it. It was a part of that 17th letter, where we go one, we go all. Not now. Not at all. These people over here, for better or worse, however warts and all they have, it's always together. We do everything, we push our agenda, and we keep on that agenda. And if you want to join this club, you want to run for Democrat office, you better be a part of this agenda, period. There are nothing outside of this lane. This is it. You either get in this lane or you get out. Including the media, including the voters. There is no. That's it. That's the only reason why they were competitive. I can tell you from playing football and playing against teams, there were teams that were far, far, far less athletic. They shouldn't have had any reason to be on the field with us. But because they were a unit and they acted as a unit, they were very, very hard to beat. And I would look on their schedules and like, how are they beating these people? How does this team beat that? How did Appalachian State beat Michigan? How did Northern Iowa beat Notre Dame? Because if you have a crack in your shell, a good team is going to exploit that. And then by the time it hits you, you're like, oh crap, these guys are serious, aren't they? They didn't realize who they were playing today? They didn't know it was us? They don't even deserve on the field with us. This was supposed to be a home game check. We were supposed to just walk in and whoop them and go on. And then by the time you realize you got to catch up, you better do something. You got to get motivated because, oh my gosh, this is too close for comfort. It's hard at that point because they're gaining momentum. You're losing momentum. You're trying to get your momentum back up, but they're ready to go. And so look at that from a political standpoint. And over here, you've got a political party, a media, and a voting bloc that doesn't care. Whatever hits they take, he lost the election, I don't care. We got to look at the next one. Trump's rolling over us on this and that. We got to keep going. And on here, you're like, hey, I don't like what this is. I don't like what this is. I don't like what that is. You don't know how to win. It's that simple. Maybe because of being a former athlete, I can sit back and go, this is insane. Stack the wins. Stop pulling people away and dividing it. There should be leaders out there saying, yeah, you didn't get everything you want thus far, but we're headed that way. Just chill. Oh, there's one. Yeah, his name is Trump. He's for sure told us, hey, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and do this. But over here, you got people there, blah, 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 blah. Instead of all just saying, let's go. Let's go, coach. Run out the tunnel. We're right behind you. You're the first one out the tunnel, and we will be right behind you. Because that's what teams do. And people sometimes say, Barry, you try to reduce politics and government down to athletics. That's a lame argument. That's the same argument when people used to say, well, business and government are different. He's a businessman. He's not going to be able to do government. It's all the same thing. The people who haven't been in business say that. The people who haven't been in sports, that's their excuse. Oh, it's not a sport. Oh, it's not a business. It's an organization. And if you've ever been a part of an organization, you know that you better have people from the top to the bottom who are ready to go and do what you need to do, or you need to replace them. And since these people aren't getting replaced, you got to think they're on point. He did replace Mike Waltz. Mike Waltz is in Siberia somewhere, isn't he? Just kind of made him go away. And so I don't get it. Same thing in the military. You guys may not like that we're going to go take that hill, but we're going to go take that hill. And guess what? Some of you are going to die. Oh, yeah, and I'm here for it. I'm here to take that hill, knowing I may not make it home because I have to take that hill. Every single police officer, every single one understands when they walk out that door, this might be it. But guess what? They walk out that door, don't they? So I'm fully convinced at this point that there are many people on the right who have done nothing but have keyboards, who have done nothing but be in front of cameras and lights, and have not understood what it means to be a team player, what it means to be in the military, what it means to have a single objective. A single objective right now in your life. I need to win this game. I need to take that hill. I need to make this marriage work. I need to make this business work. And anybody who's not a part of that, I don't give a shit about them. Because that's how I feel right now. If you're not in on this and you're not focused and you're not saying we're in it to win it and you're doing all this stuff from the peanut gallery, I ain't got time for you. You might as well be an adversary. You're not helping me. You're not helping America grow. I got to show you this video from Pete Hegseth. And I love when he talks about the warrior ethos. This is pretty good.
Military service changed my life. It taught me about what it means to be selfless, what it means to fight alongside your fellow Americans for them, to be laser focused on a mission. And it's the greatest thing I could have done with that period of time in my life where I could be doing a lot of other things. In every generation, you have to ask yourself the question, if not me, then who's it going to be? If not this generation, then we're passing the buck to the next generation. And so my challenge to this generation is, are you ready to step up? Are you ready to take the lead? Because...
See what I mean? Are you ready to step up? Are you ready to take the lead? Somebody asked in the chat, well, how do we fight back? You fight back by supporting the objective. You support the mission. You fight back by telling other people, can you back off and support the guy? Because all you're going to do is weaken things to 2028 and 2026 even. And all of a sudden, what happens if we lose a bunch of seats in 2026 because we're not together? You thought about that? Who are you going to blame in 2026 if you're not part of the mission? Hey, get back over here. Focus here. Hey, get back over here. Focus on this. Focus here. Yeah, but Epstein and the amnesty and blah, blah, blah. What the hell are you doing? You got to focus.
Generations before you, all the way back to the revolution, stood up for a principle, stood up for country, stood up for freedom, stood up against tyranny. And then they didn't just talk about it. Soldiers and warriors and others step up and grab a rifle and actually do something.
You don't just talk about it. You step up and do something. You go to practice, you work out, you run, you do whatever you need to do, make you a stronger person. If you're in business, you make sure that you understand what moves you have to make a stronger business. Put that in any part of your life. I'm like, I don't understand it. I obviously grew up differently. My dad being an immigrant, I used to sit back and I watched what he did, and I've told you this story. And I'm like, okay, so yeah, I can pretty much do anything, huh? Because you came over here with nothing, and you're putting us through all this, but you're lousy at being a dad. I have to call it. You're lousy at being a husband, but you still did what you could here, and then you kept telling me, hey, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Don't let anybody tell you can't do what you want. You got to do it, but you got to put the work in. See, that's the part where a lot of people just fall apart. Got to put the work in. And this, and boom, that's not work. That's not work. You know why it's not work? It's not sacrifice. See, work equals sacrifice. Work means I wish I was on a boat. I wish I was at the beach. I wish I was outside at the pool with Robin right now sipping a Mai Tai. But I got to put the work in. And a lot of people, when I talk to them about prosperity, I never said it was easy. That's the funny part is I had to put the work in to learn how to do real estate. I had to put the work in to learn how to do this. I had to put the work in to be married 32 years after failing the first marriage. Like, okay, I'm done. It didn't work. I'm never doing this again. It's just in my personality, just to keep something falls, something doesn't work, you just keep going. Brush it off. Yeah. You know what? What's the mission? The mission is success. The mission is prosperity. The mission is providing. The mission is building security. But of course, there's been arguments over 32 years. Alice. Yeah, there's been arguments. But you know what? I know right now. If I say, Robin, I need you, she'll come busting through that door. And she knows the same thing about me. Because we got the same thing here. I've told you the reference many times about being in a huddle and completely disagreeing with the coach's call. And right now, I think that analogy is most important. Because I want you all to get with me right now. Put your arms like this. You're in a huddle, right? And you got this guy sweating, and this guy hurting, and this guy over here saying, and all kinds of, 11 people there. So imagine it being 70 million of us sitting here, right? 70 million of us are sitting in a huddle right now. And in comes somebody, and they say, President Trump said, we're going to run this play. We're going to go with security and getting China out of our farmland. And we're gonna go and look at prosperity and tariffs. And there's going to be some people in the huddle who go, what about Epstein? What about Epstein? Why don't we talk about that? And then the quarterback steps in and goes, shut up. This is what the coach called. This is the play we're running. And then every single person in that huddle goes, break, and runs that play to the best of their ability. Maybe that's the mentality I have, is because I'm looking at the play that the coach is calling, and I'm seeing people like, Pete Hegseth in that huddle. I'm seeing people, Howard Lutnick. I'm seeing people in that huddle who are like, this is what the coach wants. We're going to run this. And then I see people sitting on the bench or in the flipping bleachers saying, I don't want to run that play. I want to go after Epstein. You see the difference there? You see the complete difference having opinions? When you're in the military, and guys, you're in the military, ladies, you're in the military, you don't get an opinion. All right, they're ready to go here, so let's go ahead and pull this on. We'll come back to that very shortly, and you guys can hear it. All right, so let me just cut to this real quick here. As they do the intros, which I'm going to take this one first.
Are you able to get them all in the room?
Yes, sir.
Are you okay? Thank you very much. We've had a tremendous 6 months, and we've had a tremendous 2 weeks, which now is, I guess, 3 weeks. And we have a tremendous group of people here that have done a great, unified, beautiful job. I wanted... Are you able to get them all in the room? Are they in?
Yes, sir, they're in.
Are you okay? Thank you very much. We've had a tremendous 6 months, and we've had a tremendous 2 weeks, which now is, I guess, 3 weeks. And we have a tremendous group of people here that have done a great, unified, beautiful job. I want to, in particular, because of what she's gone through this last few days, done an incredible job. As you know, Christy, I'm going to ask you to say a few words about Texas. The first person there was the first person I saw on television was you, actually. And you've worked great with the governor. It's terrific. And you might want to tell a little bit about the trials and tribulations, but we appreciate the job that you and everybody have done. You had people there as fast as anybody's ever seen. So really appreciate it. We all do. And maybe you could say a few words.
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your leadership.
Texas is strong. And the people of Texas are incredibly strong. They've gone through something that is absolutely horrific. And it is heartbreaking to watch these families suffer the way that they are. As soon as this flash flooding event happened, the governor has activated his emergency responders. Nim Kidd is his emergency management director, who is incredible, and has immediately worked with the local first responders to get help to individuals and get them evacuated, put requests into me. We deployed, sir, right away, as you know, because you and I were talking a lot during this time, the Coast Guard. We also had some assets out of Customs and Border Protection. Our BORTAC teams went in and helped with rescues and clearing debris so that we could get roads open and people get the help that they need. I think when I got there the most, sir, that day, as soon as I arrived on site, was getting a briefing from all the emergency responders, was just how unified they were in focusing on the fact that we're there to save lives. They were there to rescue people, find people who were still alive, and to reunify them with their family members. We as a federal government don't manage these disasters. The state does. We come in and support them, and that's exactly what we did here in this situation. FEMA went to an enhanced level immediately, but as soon as you signed the major disaster declaration, we were able to get them resources and dollars right away, just like you envisioned, through state block grants to help them with cleanup. And we're still there in presence, and FEMA's been deployed, and we're cutting through the paperwork of the old FEMA, streamlining it much like your vision of how FEMA should operate, and it's been a much better response to help these families get through this terrible situation. We still are looking for people. We're still looking for a lot of little girls and other family members that were camping along that river, and they will continue until they find every single person, and we will continue to help them and assist in that. I was surprised when I got there at the camp that day, right after this happened, the parents that were there, the parents that were looking for their children and picking up their daughter's stuffed animals out of the mud and finding their daughter's shoe that might be laying in the cabin, and just hugging and comforting people matters a lot. I'm extremely grateful for God's hand in that whole situation, because hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people were saved. And this is a time for all of us in this country to remember that we were created to serve each other. God created us to take care of each other. And that when we do that, we are happier, we are more fulfilled, and we can walk alongside people on their worst day and help them get through it and come out the other side, knowing that we can continue to live a life that God has purposed for us. So they're grateful for you. Several times the day after the flooding, you and Melania were on the phone with me, and I want to thank you for that. That meant the world. I was able to tell many of those folks that I had been visiting with you, and that you had said, whatever they need, Christy, let's deploy it and get it down there and be helpful. And on Sunday, when the families were waiting at a church to identify their children's bodies, Franklin Graham and I called in and prayed with the families and read some scripture with them, and he was incredible in making himself available to that as well. We'll be back down there in a couple of days and continue to do all we can, but this is an unprecedented event. It really is. There's been tragedies like this around the country, but everyone is unique in different situations, and the response the federal government had supporting the state through this, I'm proud of the people that stepped up and immediately came. The Coast Guard, when they came in, they had a difficult time even getting the aircraft in and landed. They had to try several times in the weather to get it in and deploy, and I think we've heard about our one Coast Guard member that was responsible for saving over 165 people, but that entire crew did incredible work. And all the first responders there did incredible work. And I know people are getting tired now, but they're getting reinforcements and volunteers are showing up. And I just want to commend the governor and his team for being the leaders. And they're so thankful that you're letting them make the decisions and manage the response like it should be. And then us supporting them with the resources of the federal government. We've already deployed dollars to the state, much like the block grants that you've talked about. Right. So they're grateful for that, sir.
There's never been a wave like this outside of the breaking of a dam is this was almost a wave that ended up being 30 feet high, more actually. Now with the dam you can understand it, but this approached almost with that speed. When you see a dam break, it's not a pretty sight. It wipes out everything, and this is the kind of thing that built up so fast. And it's happened 2 or 3 times before over the years, but not to this extent. But tell them when you met, picking up the daughter's clothing. And
I had walked through
so
the
sad.
cabin where all the little girls died, and I had kind of fallen apart in there, but I walked out of the cabin, and a gentleman was standing there, and he said, that man over there needs a hug. And so I walked over to him, and I hugged him, and I said, do you work here? And he said, no, my little girl was in that cabin. And he said, and I just found her best friend about an hour and a half ago. She had passed away. And he just fell apart. And so then we just hugged and talked for probably an hour about that. But then there was the grandpa was there looking for his granddaughter as well. There was a dad there of one of the counselors. The counselor was alive, but she was dealing with the fact that she had hung on to some of these girls and was trying to keep them out of the floodwaters, and had gotten hit by something and had lost 2 of the girls, and wasn't able to hang on to them, and was going to live the rest of her life thinking about that moment when she wasn't able to hang on to these girls. But these parents were picking up their kids' belongings out of the mud and throughout the camp and putting them in bags. And then one of the dads said, I knew 50 of these girls here. So I knew that was her dress, and my daughter's friend's dress. So he was picking it up and putting it in a bag to return to her parents. And so it was and then the director was there comforting everybody who had lost his father the night before too, and he was still there trying to facilitate all of these parents grieving their children and find them. So the strength of people is incredible. One of the things that I asked there that day was that they all have escorts or counselors when parents come in. So from that point, that when they came into the camp, that they have somebody with them when they're going and looking for their children's belongings or looking for their children. And so very emotional, but also just so tragic.
The relationship with Texas and the governor has been obviously very good for years with me, but the relationship with Texas and their first responders and us, with our first responders and lots of other people, and we brought in a lot of helicopters from all over, and we had a lot of helicopters. It was actually dangerous, a lot of helicopters up there, but they were real pros, and they were responsible for pulling out a lot of people, and we got them there fast, and Texas had some good ones too, but the response has been incredible, and the fact that we got along so well, I don't know, I don't even think that's a political thing, but we got along so well, and it was so unified. I think a lot of lives have been saved. That could have been as bad as it was, and you could have lost double or triple. This thing was just really horrible. Well, congratulations on a great job, and appreciate it. I know you're going down. I'll be going down on Friday with First Lady, who will be taking a trip, and we don't want to get in anyone's way because that's what happens. The president goes and everyone's around focused on. I don't want anyone to focus on us, but it's possible they could have somebody saved still. There's a lot of areas. It's a big area, and it's probably unlikely at this point, but there could be. They're thinking there could be the possibility, but what a tragic situation. A good job, and we'll see you on Friday, and we'll finish out the day here. I think you've been reading a lot about it's a terrible topic when you talk about financial after this, but we have a big country and we've been doing very well. The tariffs, as you know, are starting to come in at record levels. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in to our country. We never did that before. We're not used to it. We only have tariffs going out. We only adhere to the rules of other nations who charge us tremendous tariffs because we were led by stupid people or people without any business sense. And I'd like to ask God, you could maybe talk a little bit about how well we're doing with regard to the money coming in. And the big money will start coming in on August 1st. I think it was made clear today by the letters that were sent out yesterday and today. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. We will taking in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariffs, the major tariffs not having started till the second quarter. So we could expect that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CBO scoring, but for those who do, the CBO scored tariff income over the next 10 years at $2.8 trillion, which we think is probably low. And sir, under your leadership, we're witnessing.
And they gave us no credit during this last little, the great, big, beautiful bill. I always use the word great. I add that to it because it really is what it is. It's never been anything like it, actually. And I want to thank all the Republicans that voted for it. And I want to, scold the Democrats because they're voting for tax cuts. They're voting for no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and many, many other things far more important than that. Great health care. And frankly, every Democrat should lose their election because it was purely political vote. They were told not to vote for it. So think of it, we got 218-2, and then with the Senate, we had 50-3. Democrats didn't vote at all, not one positive vote, with all of the good things in there. Economic development money, tremendous border money. Now you're loaded up on the border. And I hate so much of it because we had zero come in last month, so I'm not sure how much of it we want to spend. You may think about that. You may actually think about saving a lot of money because the wall's been largely built and it obviously worked, but you may want to think about that. But so I think it's incredible when I watch the Democrats and they have standard lines like they had Russia, Russia, Russia. They had the laptop from hell. It all came from Russia. They make things up and they go with it and they feed it to you people in many cases. And they said, here's our line. And I hear the new line is death. Oh, it's death. Everyone's going to die. It's nothing to do with death. In fact, we're saving our country. Death is from allowing 25 million people into our country, of which 3 or 4 are stone cold, hard criminals. 11,888 are murderers, many of them committing more than one murder. That's death, and the Democrats did that. Joe Biden did that by allowing people to come in here just totally unchecked, unvetted, open borders, open borders. The whole world was dumped into our country from prisons, from gangs, from mental institutions. We have many people walking the streets, walking in areas that we don't know anything about, that came out of insane asylums. They released the insane asylum population into our country, and it's amazing the job that you and Tom Homan are doing, by the way, on that. But we have to get them out, and we have no choice. We have to get them out, and we are getting them out. And so, Pete, you want to tell them about our great military and how well we did with respect to the bombers and the B-2? We had the pilots here 2 days ago, and they were incredible people. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Truly a historic mission. It demonstrated the skill and courage of the United States military. From those B-2 pilots and families that we had a chance to meet, sir, to the fighter pilots, to the refuelers, to the maintainers, to the air defenders who defended the base. What was demonstrated on the world stage was American military might and capability. And it wasn't just Fordo and Esfahan and Natanz that took notice in Iran. It was the rest of the world. That we have a decisive commander-in-chief willing to use these capabilities, which are the best in the world. As the president pointed out, no one else could have done what America did there on that night, and everyone took notice of that. With the one big beautiful bill, sir, we've got $150 billion additional to invest in Golden Dome and all the other weapon systems and stockpiles and shipbuilding priorities of yours. Another month, another historic recruiting bump. It's not just the Army and the Marine Corps anymore, it's the Navy, the Air Force, and the Space Force, all historically ahead of where they've ever been. So historic spirit inside the military. We had a chance to be at NATO, Marco and I, and see how the world responds to us saying it's time for you to shoulder the burden and take the lead for your continent. That only happens with President Trump leading, and we're proud to be a part of what's going on at the border, sir.
with now a fourth national defense area where we're helping get to that number 0 and securing the border. But that mission, Operation Midnight Hammer, re-established deterrence. It reversed what happened in Afghanistan. You saw the debacle of what Biden allowed to happen in Afghanistan and what that did to our image. President Trump said, with Operation Midnight Hammer, we're reestablishing American leadership and deterrence, and we're proud to be a part of it, sir.
And our so-called enemies were watching. They watched every minute of it. They watched. There was very few people that weren't watching, actually, but they watched every minute. It was a perfect military performance, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, if you compare that to the same country, the hostages from years ago, Jimmy Carter, it was unfortunate for Jimmy Carter. He was a nice man, but with the helicopters going down, the sandstorms, the prisoners, they got captured, then the election and the prisoners and Reagan and all the problems. It was nothing but problems. And that was a failure. And ours was not only the pilots. I mean, those machines flew for 37 straight hours. They didn't stop. They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. They dropped the bombs, and somebody said, skedaddle. Let's get the hell out of here. And every bomb hit its mark and hit it incredibly. And as you know, the Atomic Energy Commission said it's gone. That place is gone. We had a lot of fake reporting, mostly from CNN, where the scammer writer, a writer for CNN, who should be fired, by the way, she was involved with the 51 fake intelligence agents, if you remember that. She did that story, created a story out of it. She created a story out of the laptop from hell, saying it came from Russia, but it actually came from Hunter Biden's bedroom, or worse. Just a scammer, and she's still at CNN, which is pretty amazing. But we'll ask you a question about her. But they came up with this concept that maybe the attack wasn't that good. Maybe it, and I saw it happen right after the attack. I saw this person on CNN. I like to watch the enemy. You learn from the enemy, and I watch because you have to know
Who says
where
it
they're
all the
coming
time?
from. And I watched her say, Anderson, you know, I'm hearing stories that maybe they didn't hit their target. Maybe it wasn't that good a hit. And they were hearing stories. The next day it was a little more, and the next day a little more. After 3-4 days, she was saying, you know, I don't know. I don't think it was that. Except by that time, everybody knew it was hit perfectly. The evidence is in the planes. The evidence the pilots are the best evidence. But they actually came out of their plane because they were here the other day, and they said, it was so sad. We did such a good job. We flew into very dangerous airspace. I'll never forget, we were in the Situation Room, and they said they have entered Iranian airspace, and everyone took a deep breath because they had more missiles pointed at them, but the equipment is so good, it's stealth, way up in the air, and it was stealth, and they went right through that, and they sort of, by the time they found out they were there, they were already gone. That was the word skedaddle, get the hell out of here. But they were right in the most dangerous airspace in the world, and they took those big, beautiful, very fast, they're unbelievable planes. I mean, they become really beautiful works of art. I always thought they sort of were cool, but now they look better than just cool, don't they, huh? But they dropped the loads, and literally they would hit, if you look at this table, from here to there, they had a half a refrigerator door is the way to best explain it. Take a refrigerator door, average size, cut it in half. That was their target. They hit every single one. Then we had 30 missiles, Tomahawk, shot from submarines 300 miles away. Every one of them hit their target. It was a perfect mission. Then they came back, almost 37 hours. Every plane worked perfectly. The mechanics were here too. I said, you got to get the mechanics here. We didn't have any problems. If you remember, they had a lot of problems with the helicopters, but they did fly through a dust storm, which they shouldn't have done. Sometimes you say, let's go back and try it on a nicer day. Dust and sand don't work well with helicopters, if you know much about helicopters. But that was a horrible embarrassment to us. Then we had Afghanistan, which I think was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And we would have gotten out. I was the one that got them down. I would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which right now is controlled by China, among the most powerful runways in the world, thick with concrete and steel. Anything could land, and right now, they were 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. I was keeping it outside of that, we were leaving, and I would have been out faster than them, but we would have gotten out with strength and dignity. Instead, that was the most botched up mess I've ever seen. They left all that equipment behind, and every year they have a parade running down some third-rate street with the equipment. You know, it's supposed to be Fifth Avenue, it doesn't work. But with all that equipment that they left, they should have taken every ounce of it. I was taking every, I said every screw, every bolt, every nail you take out of there. And Millie said, I remember one time, "Sir, we're better off leaving the equipment." Why? Well, it's cheaper. I said, cheaper? You mean it's cheaper to leave a $150 million airplane rather than flying it into Pakistan or India or someplace, or just flying it straight home? It's cheap. Yes, sir. That's when I knew he was an idiot. Didn't take long to figure that one out. But they left all that equipment, but they left their dignity behind. It was the most embarrassing moment, in my opinion, in the history of our country. Not that we got out, we should have not been there, but that we got out the way we got out, with great embarrassment and death. You had 13 young people. I've gotten to know their families very well, but you had hundreds of people killed that nobody talks about. You had the other side, many people were killed. Many people are walking around with no legs, no arms from that whole thing. They left from the wrong airport. They should have left from Bagram, because Bagram was a big base with hundreds of miles of fencing and territory around it. Nobody would be able to get near it, and they left. So we've done a great job, and I think people are really starting to see it. They're starting to appreciate it. Pete's done fantastically. That mission was a work of art, and I have spoken to some of our perceived, I don't know if they're enemies, but they're perceived as being potential enemies. And they essentially said the same thing. Very impressive. There wasn't a thing that we didn't lose an engine. We didn't lose it. They landed and they were cheered. But the sad thing was they were cheered, and one of the pilots said, we were a little concerned because when we got out, we were told that on television they were reporting that we may have missed our targets. Sir, we hit every target. That's what I do for a living. We hit every target. In fact, when the bombs hit, a yellow haze came over the horizon that I've never seen before. It just lit up the whole horizon, brighter than the sun. It was like looking into the sun. He goes, we hit our target, because you know what that was exploding. And but they were a little downbeat because they listened to that fake CNN reporting and the fake New York Times. They worked together to try and say that it wasn't perfect. They couldn't say they missed. All they could say is, maybe it wasn't perfect. And you ought to fire that reporter immediately. You should fire her. Real fake. And so I just want to congratulate those pilots. And, a lot of people don't like bringing things like that up. I do. I always like confronting, because otherwise the public doesn't know that you're a bunch of crooked people. But they know, they've learned. And the media has to straighten out their act. The media is down to 17% approval. You got to do a little better than that. It's important for the country that you do better. I think they ought to make a lot of changes. I think changes are going to be made to the media, but it's hard to have a really successful country if you have a corrupt media, and we really have a corrupt media. And nobody really knows why. I mean, why would you want to have open borders and criminals pouring into our country? Why would you want to have men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone? You'll have to figure that out. But some of you don't. I mean, I'm looking at some people, they love the country, but I look at other people and they can't. But we're really proud of our military. It was, and the people that maybe don't like us or want to play games with us, because I think that had you not had the situation in Afghanistan, I don't think Putin would have gone in. I think when Putin looked at how stupid and incompetent that operation was, he said, wow, this might be a chance. And we're dealing with him now too. We're not happy with Putin. I'm not happy with Putin. I can tell you that much right now, because he's killing a lot of people. And a lot of them are his soldiers and their soldiers, mostly. And it's now up to 7,000 a week. And I'm not happy with Putin. Okay, any questions? Yes.
Yes, sir. You just said you're not happy with Vladimir Putin. Is there anything that you plan to do to act on that feeling of unhappiness?
Well, I wouldn't be telling you. Don't we want to have a little surprise? One of the things we did with the attack is that You asked that question. I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in a rude because I'm looking at some of these crooked people up here, so I'm rude. But your question was asked very nicely. But one of the things we did is we went over every fact. We wanted to get every fact straight. We wanted to have the distance straight, the number of pilots straight. Everything had to be correct because we want to be. This was a very important mission. If we failed on this mission, it was beyond the war that obviously we had with Iran and Israel, and a lot of hatred, a lot of years and years of hatred, centuries of hatred. People have never seen anything like it. So we wanted to be correct with all our facts. So what I was doing is just asking. It would be great if the media would be correct with their facts. That's all we ask for. So go ahead. So finish it up.
Oh, yes. Just sort of turning back to Russia, if there's anything that you would signal about your displeasure with them.
Well, I'm very unhappy with them. There's no reason for this. It's turned out to be tougher, but it's only tougher. And I will say the Ukrainians were brave, but we gave them the best equipment ever made. We gave them the anti-tank busters that knocked out tanks. I mean, you just aim them in the direction of the tank and the tank is gone. We gave them missiles, the latest and the greatest. They were able to shoot down a lot of things that would have normally wiped out. Probably would have been a very quick war. It would have been a war that lasted 3-4 days, but they had the benefit of unbelievable equipment, and Europe gave them to. We gave them far more because Biden shouldn't have done that. He should have equalized. We should have given them the same, or we should have given actually less than Europe. It affects Europe much more than us, but we're in there for over $300 billion. Europe's in there for over $100 billion, but still, Europe gave a lot. And I will say this, the Ukrainians, whether you think it's unfair that we gave all that money or not, they were very brave because somebody had to operate that stuff. And a lot of people I know wouldn't be operating it. They wouldn't have the courage to do it. So they fought very bravely. But we gave them the best equipment in the world. We make the best military equipment by far. There's nobody close. You look at other equipment from other countries, it's not even close. That's why everybody wants to buy our equipment. And that's why we're going to step up these contractors now that make it. And they're brilliant, but they make it too slowly. And we have to step them up, Pete, and let them make it at a much higher rate. Unfortunately, we have to do that. But if you look at our Patriots, if you look at our Tomahawks, if you look at our, what we do with tanks is you wouldn't want to be driving a tank. You would feel nice and secure, but they are javelins, they're called. And I gave them the javelins. Remember they said Trump gave the javelins and Obama gave them sheets, right? They called Obama at that time. Barack Hussein Obama, if you haven't heard, did a terrible job. But that was a war that should have never happened, and a lot of people are dying, and it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin. For you want to know the truth, he's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to vote?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passing. And passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Can you sign that?
It's an optional bill. It's totally at my option. They passed it totally at my option, and to terminate totally at my option. And I'm looking at it very strongly.
Yesterday you said you want to send more weapons.
Go ahead, please.
The Council of Economic Advisors released a new report saying that imported goods have actually decreased in price from December through March. Well, my question is,
with the tariffs.
Well, the Fed chairman keeps saying that tariffs are going to cause price increases.
Are
the prices just not
chairman
passed
of the
through?
Fed?
Yes, exactly.
Well, you do a better job than him.
Are the prices just not passed through yet?
No, I think what's happening is everything's evening out. You know, when we charge, see, what people don't understand, the other countries have been charged, almost every country charges us tariffs. We had deficits with everybody for years, for decades. And we were like this big monolith that made bad deals with everybody. We rebuilt South Korea and we stayed there. It's okay, we rebuilt it and we stayed there. And they pay us very little for the military. I got them to pay billions of dollars, and Biden then canceled it when he came in. I said to South Korea, as an example, you know, we give you free military, essentially, very little. And I think you should pay us $10 billion a year. And they went crazy. But they agreed to 3. So I got 3 with a phone call. And I was satisfied. I said, but next year we have to talk. And then we had a rigged election and we never got to talk. And you know what Biden did? They probably went to him and they said, listen, Trump treated us terribly and we shouldn't be paying anything. And he cut it down to nothing. So that's what happens. It's ridiculous. That's the other thing. We're talking to countries about contributing to the military, not only just paying more in NATO, but contributing. You know, we have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in Germany, 52,000 actually. And, you know, that's a huge economic development for them. That's tremendous amount. That's like having a city. It's tremendous money for them, and it's a tremendous loss for us. So we're talking, in a very nice way, we're talking to them about it. It's very unfair. We supply the militaries to many very successful countries. I mean, South Korea is making a lot of money, and they're very good. They're very good, but, you know, they should be paying for their own military.
President Trump, I'll ask you a question about Jerome Powell as well, and then a question to the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, and then I have a question for the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, who you've been pressuring to lower interest rates, he's facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime about the opulent.
Well, he should resign immediately. We should get somebody in there that's going to lower interest rates.
Do you want congressional
Why don't you go for his resignation?
Do you want congressional Republicans to investigate and pursue
okay
and punish?
with me. I think he's terrible. I think, look, we're paying, I call him too late. T-O-O, too late. Like Too Tall Jones for the Dallas Cowboys, right? Too late. He's always late. But he wasn't late with Biden before the election. He was cutting him like crazy. It didn't help too much, did it? But he was cutting him like crazy before the election with Kamala and Biden. He was trying to get them in, I guess. I don't know. He was recommended by somebody that worked for me. I like you better.
If I could ask the Attorney General a question too, President.
Sure.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the stabbing?
Yeah, sure. If
Hey,
I
Pam,
could,
could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively, the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Mr. President, on the tariffs again, on August 1st, you said is the deadline. What incentives do countries have to negotiate? It seems that deadline keeps moving. April 2nd, now it's.
We didn't move, no. It's always been August 1st, that's what we're paying. A statement was put out today, and I put it out just to make it clear. It wasn't a change, it was August 1st. We don't change very much, every time we put out a statement, they say, he made a change. I didn't make a change. Clarification, maybe. No, August 1st they pay. And everybody pays, everybody has to pay, and the incentive is that they have the right to deal in the United States. If they don't want to, they don't have to pay, and they don't have to deal here. But if they want to buy and make a lot of money and sell in the United States, they have to do that. If you go back and look at some of the good presidents, our country was the wealthiest, proportionately the wealthiest, from 1870 to 1913. It was an all-tariff country. We didn't have income tax. That came in in 1913. We had tariffs. And we had so much money we didn't know what to do with it. We had, we had a couple of presidents that were very, very strong. McKinley, I guess more than anybody, but he was the tariff king, but he was very, very strong. It's sort of sad. He made a fortune for this country, became very rich, and then Teddy Roosevelt went out and vice president, and he spent the money. And they said Roosevelt was a great president. And let's say he was a great president, but the money was paid by McKinley with tariffs. Tariffs are charged by other countries at levels that are ridiculous. And I call those other countries, and every one of them is willing to give us everything now, by the way, just so you know. Sir, we'll charge you no tariffs, nothing. We'll give you everything. We'll give you access to our markets. We'll give you everything. Is that a correct statement, Scott?
Yes, sir.
Howard, would you say that's a correct statement?
Exactly correct.
It's like they just don't, because they're very spoiled, because for years they ripped us off and we didn't have a president that understood it, or Secretary of Treasury or Secretary of a lot of different secretaries are involved, but certainly Commerce Secretary was, not doing their job. I don't know about Kelly, she's small business. We'll keep it that way, okay? Her small business is bigger than almost all big businesses when you add it all up. But no, they are very respectful of our country. But the incentive is that they have the right to do business with us. Without that, they don't have the right to do business. And that would be okay, too.
Will there be a flurry of deals? Will we hear in the next 24 hours, will we hear a flurry of deals?
Yeah, we have a lot of them going out. But the deals are mostly my deal to them. We're picking a number that's low. We don't want to hurt them. And fair. We're picking a number that's lower than, in most cases, lower than what they charged us. But it's amazing when you've paid all this money for years and they get one president that's a little bit different and a little tougher on this subject, and they're willing to drop everything they've been charging us for years and years. I mean, we have countries going, we will have you don't have to pay any tariff to come in and do business. They're giving us total access to their countries. They gave us no access to the country. They'd say, well, you cannot go into our country. Okay, good. Now we will give you total access and you don't have to pay any tariffs. But please don't charge us tariffs. And we don't like that deal. So the letters I send out are, we have made some deals. We could make a lot more deals. It's just too time consuming. It just makes it more complicated. And we can do things over the years too. We're not hard line. But it's about time the United States of America started collecting money from countries that were ripping us off and laughing behind our back at how stupid we were. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President, on the tariff issue, so you've talked about India coming, but then a couple days ago you issued a new tariff threat to members of the BRICS countries for if they aligned with anti-American policies.
10% charge.
That would be India, Brazil,
That's
Russia,
right, they have to pay 10% if they're in BRICS. Because BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting a 10% charge.
Is that immediate, sir, or is
Yeah,
that
pretty soon.
if they engage in some behavior?
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're going to have to pay 10% tariff just for that one thing. And they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up. But, there are a couple that hang around, but I thought it largely broke up. BRICS is not, in my opinion, not a serious threat. But what they're trying to do is destroy the dollar so that another country can take over and be the standard. And we're not going to lose the standard at any time. If you have a smart president, you will never lose the standard. If you have a stupid president like the last one, you would lose the standard. You wouldn't have the dollar as you. And if we lost the world standard dollar, that would be like losing a war, a major world war. We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you ever hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way, okay? And I'm just saying, if people want to challenge it, they can, but they're going to have to pay a big price. And I don't think any of them are willing to pay that price.
Does that jeopardize?
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you optimistic about reaching the tariff deal with the European Union soon?
Well, the European Union has been speaking to us, Ursula and the whole group, and they've been very nice. They treated us very badly until recently. Now they're treating us very nicely. It's like a different world, actually. They've treated us very badly. They were among the toughest to deal with. Actually, in many respects, they were much worse than China. Look at what they do to our companies. They sue Apple. They sue Google. 17 billion they got from Apple on a lawsuit that they didn't have a case. They have, judges that are European Union judges. And they take so much money away from our country in terms of that, in terms of other things that they do. They're very tough, but now they're being very nice to us, and we'll see what happens. We're probably 2 days off from sending them a letter. We are talking to them. I just want you to know, a letter means a deal. A lot of people say, we got 200 countries. We can't meet with 200 countries. We have a few trusted people that know what they're doing, that are doing a good job, but you can't do it. You have to do it in a more general way, but it's a very good way. It's a better way. It's a more powerful way. And we sent them a letter. You read the letter. I think it was well crafted. And mostly it's just a little number in there. You'll pay 25%, 35%. We have some at 60, 70. Those are ones with massive, where we have massive trade deficits because they've treated us very badly. But I would say in every case, I'm treating them better than they treated us over the years. Don't you agree with that? I could have done much. I could have been much harsher. I don't want to do that. We want to have relationships, but in every case, they treated us far worse than I'm treating them. I'm treating them very good. I could go higher with the tariffs, but I don't want to hurt them. That's why when you just read it, you come up with the number. It's so incredible that prices are actually going down. Just so you know, when I got in, everyone said, "Oh, eggs are going through the roof." That was I was in for about 4 days, and they started screaming at me about eggs. They said, "That's Biden's problem." I didn't know about eggs, but eggs went up about 5 times. You did a fantastic job, and we ended up shortly getting. In fact, for Easter, they said, "Go out and buy plastic eggs. You can't use real eggs." Well, we bought 200,000 eggs for the White House for the Easter egg hunt that we have at the White House, and there were eggs. We had the price down, and now the price is lower than it was before. We did a good job with eggs, but we did a good job with groceries. Our prices are down in this country. A big part of it's oil. The oil, you had a couple of places last week. You had $1.99 for oil, for gasoline. Nobody thought they'd see that. I want to get it lower if I can, but we've done a good job. You've done a very good job. Do you want to say a couple of words about that, you and Chris, about what's happening with energy?
Well, absolutely, but I would say on the pricing side, President Trump, the fact that you've endorsed and supported a policy of energy dominance, that sends a signal to the market that we're going to have more supply. You talked during the campaign about inflation being a country buster. You've broken the back of inflation in 6 months, among all the other things you've accomplished.
We have no inflation.
And we've got, and then heading into the 4th of July, these were the lowest gas prices at the pump in 4 years. And again, for Americans, this is like hundreds of billions of dollars that stay in their pockets because we lower the price of gas at the pump. But when we lower the price of energy, it lowers the price of food. It lowers the price of the clothes you wear.
It's the biggest thing.
It's the biggest thing.
It's like a big tax cut. When you get energy down, every 50 cents is like a massive tax cut, and we've gotten it down. much below that. You know, we had great energy, great low prices, everything else. When the election turned over, I'm trying to be nice about it. It turned over, shockingly, but nevertheless it happened. Energy started going up, and it went up really bad, and then he went back to the Trump policy. The problem was they didn't know how to do that, and he lost it. He lost that sucker. That big sucker was out of control, and his energy prices went way up, and that's what caused it. But it was also stupid spending. They spent money like, they used to use the term drunken sailors, but I won't use that term. Although it is very descriptive, I won't use that term. I refuse to use it. But they spent money at levels that nobody had ever seen before, and trillions and trillions of dollars wasted on the Green New Scam, greatest scam in the history of our country, other than maybe Russia, that might have been. But the Green New Scam was the single greatest scam in the history of our country, and continues to be, but it's weakened badly. It's hobbling along because people are finally getting it. But they spent trillions of dollars on the Green New Scam, getting nothing for it. Devised by a couple of young people that weren't even good college students, you know? Not even good students. Check out their marks. Yeah?
Jobs. Ask you about the latest jobs report.
No, not for CNN.
Not
for CNN. Go ahead.
In the last jobs report, Mr. President, in the last jobs report, the manufacturing jobs actually lost 7,000 jobs. When will the investments that you've been talking about have an effect
Well,
on
they're
manufacturing?
building the plants now. About 7 have started. We're going to have hundreds started within a short period of time. Lee Zeldin, who may be the most important man in this room, I'm sorry, but he's the one that gets the permits, whereas he's the one that has to get the permits for the plants and the factories, and permits that used to take 5 years, he's getting in record-setting times. AI, we're leading China a lot in AI, and if we go with this, you know, I'm allowing the plants to build their own electric. I'm allowing them to become an electric utility, so they can produce their own electricity, because we need double to be successful with AI, which is the biggest thing now. We need double the electricity that we have, which is hard to believe. We need even more than that. And they're building plants with their own electricity substations. They don't have to use the grid. And anything they build extra, they're putting into the grid. So we're supplying the grid with brand new electric sources. And you know, it's funny, when they came to see me, they never even asked for that. I told them about it. The reason they didn't, they thought that was an impossibility. You're not allowed to build your own electric. These are massive investments that are being made in building electricity for their plants. And they're going to have, I think, Doug, a lot of electricity left over. And that electricity is going to be passed into the grid and give us no more, you know, like you look at California. They have blackouts and brownouts every week. They're totally out of control. They have a really incompetent governor. Where's Chris? Is he here? Do you want to speak to the subject?
Yeah, I think a huge thing in the One Big Beautiful Bill, Mr. President, because of your leadership, is the ending of these subsidies, as you call them, the Green New Scam. That saves our country $500 billion over the next 10 years. But American taxpayers were paying twice. They're paying that money, $500 billion in the subsidies, and they were paying more expensive electricity price. If you subsidize something, you should at least lower the cost of it. But in this case, we were subsidizing something and paying more for it. So the One Big Beautiful Bill had two huge things: ending wasteful spending. Wind, solar, and batteries combined are 3% of U.S. total primary energy. 3%. For $1 trillion, another $500 billion coming. That's just not a good investment, hurting our businesses, hurting our consumers. And the One Big Beautiful Bill also unshackled oil, gas, and coal development in the United States, onshore and offshore. Secretary Burgum has been working tirelessly on how, by getting the government out of the way, private businesses will develop more resources in the United States, lowering costs for American consumers and making much better leverage for the United States to help our allies abroad and reduce the power of our adversaries abroad. So just a huge win on the energy front all around, and I thank you for your leadership.
We're setting records now on energy, and there'll be nothing compared to what they'll be in about a year from now, but we're setting records. And wind is a very expensive form of energy. It's very bad for your beautiful surroundings, the plains and the valleys, and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is a disaster. They're almost exclusively made in China. Not that I have anything against China, because I don't have a great relationship with President Xi, but I asked him, how many wind farms do you have? He makes them, but they don't have a lot of wind farms, I'll tell you, very, very few. And wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half. And you hear noises. And interestingly, in New England, you probably read, where for 50 years they had 2 wells washed up, 50 years. And last summer, they had 14 washed up. Now, I'm not saying that's the wind farm that was built, but maybe it is, right? Probably is. It's tremendously expensive, and it can only be done with subsidy. You know, I know a man that's in that business, and one of the biggest in the world actually runs a company that builds these stupid windmills. And he said, I hate the business because it's the only energy where you need subsidy. He said, energy shouldn't need subsidy. You should make money with energy. So wind. The other one is the solar, those big solar fields. They're taking our farmland. Our farmers are like mortified by it. They hate it. It's very, very inefficient and very ugly too. You know, probably better than a windmill, but you go around and you see all these things that are 3 miles long by 3 miles wide, and you say, what the hell is that? And it's a lot of plastic from China. It's plastic, black plastic from China. Now, we want to be smart. We're going with, look, China right now is building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. They have 62 on the books to build. We've reintroduced clean, beautiful coal, because you know you can do a lot with coal now. Clean, beautiful coal, and natural gas, and all of the other things that we have. But we don't want wind, and we don't want solar, because they're a blight on our country. They hurt our country very badly, and smart countries don't use it. Solar sounds good, I will say, and I like, on occasion, you'll see a roof which is made out of solar brick, but it's a smaller use. We need the kind of thing that's going to fire up our plants, and it's not going to be wind, you know, that is very intermittent, as you probably know. But they've spent a fortune. They've spent trillions of dollars on this stuff. And I'll just give you one other story. A friend of mine is a very successful guy. He went back to see his mother in Minnesota, hadn't seen her in a long time, and he wasn't back for 10 years, which isn't a nice story. I mean, you don't see your mother for 10 years. She's got some difficulties, which I know the guy, he does have some difficulties. He's very successful, but probably not the nicest person. It was actually longer than 10 years, but he went back and he told me he wanted to go and look at the valley. There's a valley in Minnesota that he thought was so beautiful. And I hadn't seen it in a long time. He's driving along the road. He said, oh my, I'll use the word gosh, oh my gosh. He said, oh, he said, it looked like a junkyard. You had 159 windmills. They were all over the place. Some were old, some were newer, different companies, different shapes, different sizes, different colors. Many of them were terminated. Terminated meaning closed. You can't take them down because the environmentalists don't let you bury the blades because they're made out of a fiber they say is bad for the earth. So they want you to put them up, but they don't let you take them down. But many of them were turned off. He said it looked like a junkyard. Go to Palm Springs, California, and take a look at that pile of junk. And you go into a wealthy neighborhood. Before you get there, you have to ride through hundreds of windmills that are, most of them are turned off. They're rotting, they're rusting, they're 30 years old, 20 years old, and they have a very short life. You know, those windmills have a very short life, especially the ones that are in the nice salty Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean, where the salt just gets onto that steel and decimates it. No, it's a horrible, horrible thing for our country. And I speak out. It would be nice to say wind, because it sounds so good, doesn't it, Doug? Wind, wind. But it's not. It's these ugly machines, and they're all made, you got to see, some are a little taller, a little shorter. They're made by different companies. They have different stocks. They have different blades. They have different everything. It is so horrible. And if you look at smart countries, they don't use it. Smart countries don't use it. And we're now a smart country. We're a brilliant country. We're not smart. We're brilliant now. We're going to be a brilliant country. We have to be, because we have to catch up for some really stupid people that did a bad job. Yes, Brian?
Yes, Mr. President, I've got a quick comment, some feedback as a native Texan, someone that I grew up bringing my kids to a camp very near the affected camp now. Thank you on behalf of Texas. I've gotten hundreds of messages that want to thank. So if you're in the cabinet room, you can tell the president and his team on behalf of Texans, thank you so much for the quick response and the loving, the hugs. I saw that you gave. Two quick questions.
I saw a Palestinian senator. His name is Schumer. He's a great Palestinian. No, he's a Palestinian. He's become a Palestinian. He's abandoned the Jews. But I saw him say, it's Trump's fault. Yeah, that's right. It's Trump's fault. He was actually, do you ever see John Lovitz, The Liar? Where he goes, yeah, I went to Harvard. That's right. This was Schumer. He goes, yeah, it's Trump's fault. That's right, it's Trump. I actually saw that stupid guy try and blame it on me, and I said, man, that's a tough one to take. But his career is limited because I hear AOC is going to beat him, and she's no bargain either, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say that's an example of America First team effort to get this country back. So that's what America First looks like for the viewers watching us at home. My two questions. Looks like we have a rogue judge, an Obama-backed rogue judge that is attempting to block the funding to Planned Parenthood, which the big, beautiful bill cuts off the funding to Planned Parenthood. Any plans to challenge that?
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, we're on it. We're on it. And I texted, I believe, I talked to yesterday Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Besson. I reached out to you to let you know that we were on it in the big, beautiful bill.
Wonderful. And then my
I let her handle that question. You notice? I said, go ahead, handle that question.
I'll toss it to her. Then my second question was Secretary Rollins. You did an amazing press conference today in front of the Department of Agriculture. You talked about the Farm Act and the need to get China out of our country, owning farmland. For the viewers at home that might have missed that, can you recap what that means to national security to make sure we can grow our own food?
Well, thank you, Brian, sir, if you don't mind. Yes, this morning, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Noem, and Attorney General Bondi and I had a press conference at the USDA. I just happened to have a chart in case it came up, but obviously the Chinese owning of farmland in our country is a massive national security issue. And for the media, you can see the yellow is where all of the farms have been purchased over the last number of years, and the red is around all of the military bases where that farmland has been purchased. So this is a massive national security issue. The press conference this morning included 3 of our greatest governors as well, Sarah Sanders from Arkansas, Jim Pillen from Nebraska, and Bill Lee from Tennessee. The states have begun taking a leadership role to ban the purchasing of China farmland. Obviously, Congress needs to step up and catch up, and we're going to be working alongside of them as well. We had some of our members, great members of Congress there, but it is time. And I think that this morning was symbolic of many things. The first of this administration working every day to effectuate President Trump's leadership and unequivocal support of America First. But second, just how close we are as a cabinet. I don't know in any other administration that you'd have 4 cabinet members at the USDA on a Tuesday morning when it's about 110 degrees outside with the sun beating down on us talking about Sir Your Vision. So I think it was a great day. It was just the start. There's an executive order coming and some other things coming behind that. But protecting America's farms isn't just about protecting our farmers. It's also about national security. So that's what we discussed this morning.
I do want to say that I think we have had a really good relationship with China lately, and we're getting along with them very well. They've been very fair on our trade deal, honestly. And I hope we're going to have a great relationship. It's a big, strong, powerful country. We're more powerful than they are. We have much better military equipment than they do. But we are getting along with them very well. I'm getting along with President Xi very well. We speak often. And with all of that being said, and I understand what you're saying, but I think we're getting along with China very well.
Mr. President, you have sent more weapons to Ukraine, as you said last night. Last week, the Pentagon paused some shipments of weapons to Ukraine. Did you approve of that pause?
We want to put defensive weapons because Putin is not, he's not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know, what did you tell me?
I think that's a question for the
Go ahead.
Mr.
Yeah.
President, on immigration, the Secretary of the Agriculture did say this morning that undocumented workers would not be covered by any amnesty of who are working on farms. You had said maybe that the ISA folks won't go after those folks on farms. So which is it?
There's no amnesty. What we're doing is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. Do you want to explain that, please?
Yeah, this morning we talked about, of course, this was a top of mind question. This morning we talked about protecting the farmers and the farmland, but obviously this president's vision of no amnesty, mass deportation continues, but in a strategic way, and then ensuring that our farmers have the labor that they need. Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer has been a leader on this. Obviously, this comes out of the Labor Department, but moving toward automation, ensuring that our farmers have that workforce, and moving toward an American workforce. So all of the
We've
above.
got to give the farmers the people they need, but we're not talking amnesty. Laura, do you want to say something about that?
Thank you, Mr. President. On this, thank you, Secretary Rollins, how important this is never to displace the American worker. What the Department of Labor is doing is focusing on what the law entails now, being more modernized, more streamlining, to work through the H programs. We're going to have a concierge approach to that, where we have developed a new office to answer the need of our farmers and ranchers and producers, and not to displace the American worker, and follow within the law now. And that does not include an amnesty program at all. And we've seen that working, and we'll continue to have that roll out. On the other topics that we've somewhat talked about, the jobs numbers, Mr. President, 4 months in a row, we've seen those jobs numbers increase. That's an exciting time for our manufacturers. That was asked earlier. We know it's going to take some time, but through that deregulation process that Lee and I are working on as well, the Department of Labor has rolled out 63 new deregulations that we're going to be moving through. In the first Trump administration, it was successful with over 30. We've just rolled out 63 new ones in order to double down on those manufacturing companies, to let them know that we have signaled through this process that we will assist them in getting the workforce that they need. It's an exciting time. That one big beautiful bill, that was the signal to my former colleagues in Congress to get this done. It's been an important time. I spent time on the ground visiting 7 states in 9 days prior to that bill being passed, because it was the most pro-worker piece of legislation that we will ever see really in this country right now. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. That matters to the American worker, because we don't want to take their money and give it back. We want them to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets currently, and that's what they're excited about. And as I move forward with those tariff talks, I heard a company, orthopedic company in Indiana, say to me, for the first time since you have taken office, Mr. President, their increase in their bottom line by 8% since these tariff talks have happened. Not one company has said the president is not doing a good job. These tariff talks are working. They're feeling it on the ground. The media has told a false story, because what's happening on the ground is positive, and that's what we're seeing in these jobs numbers. So I really, through the Department of Labor, to come in behind all the secretaries and build this workforce is going to be key to the American worker. So thank you for what everybody did this last week. The one big beautiful bill is a doubling down of this, and we're going to see these workers start to grow. And that apprenticeship program is going to be working.
That's
we'll
right.
have that
It's gonna be
1 million
great.
apprentices across the country.
We, as you know, we're building plants all over the country now, which you weren't building any plants 4 years ago. You weren't building anything. But those plants, when they open up, it's going to be, you'll see numbers like you haven't seen ever. I don't think in history you'll never see numbers like what we're going to see in the very near future. Many of them are building the plants. Some are just starting right now. You know, it's a brand new administration. But, and they wouldn't be here except for 2 things: November 5th, the election, and the tariffs. And frankly, I guess the election was more important because of the tariffs. I mean, another person wouldn't have done this. But they're coming in because of the tariffs. They have to, they're not going to pay 25, 30, 40, 50%, 70, and 100%. And we'll be announcing something very soon on pharmaceuticals. We're going to give people about a year and a half to come in, and after that they're going to be tariffed if they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs and other things into the country. They're going to be tariffed at a very, very high rate, like 200%. We'll give them a certain period of time to get their act together. But they were all here now. They all left. They went to other places because we allowed, people that sat in this room allowed it to happen. And I don't allow it to happen. The people in this room don't allow it to happen. So we're going to be announcing pharmaceuticals, chips, and various couple of other things, big ones. We did steel, as you know, they're 50%. We did aluminum, 50%. Lumber just came out.
Internet's copper.
And we did cars. And now, today, we're doing copper.
Copper and lumber. What would that tariff be on? The section tariff?
I believe the tariff on copper, we're going to make it 50%.
50%.
Any breakthroughs in
See, I'm glad he
Gaza?
didn't question it, because
Any
I sort of said- I just sort of thought, what would that be? Just a quick one. I didn't have much time, but he agreed with me. That's why he's ours.
Any breakthroughs on Gaza with the Prime Minister, and there's reports that you're meeting with Netanyahu again tonight. Is that
Yeah,
accurate?
I am. He's going to come over again tonight. We're talking about Gaza, mostly Gaza right now. It's he's been very unfairly treated. I think what they've done to him in Israel is very unfair, having to do with this trial. I think, he's a wartime prime minister, had an unbelievable outcome, and I think he's been treated very unfairly. But he's coming over later. We're going to be talking about, I would say, almost exclusively Gaza. We got to get that solved. Gaza is it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. And he wants to get it solved, and I want to get it solved, and I think the other side wants to get it solved. Steve, could you talk on that, please?
We're in proximity talks now, and we had 4 issues, and now we're down to 1 after 2 days of proximity talks. So we are hopeful that by the end of this week, we will have an agreement that will bring us into a 60-day ceasefire. 10 live hostages will be released. 9 deceased will be released. We're meeting at the president's direction with all the hostage families to let them know. And we think that this will lead to a lasting peace in Gaza.
And you're doing a good job. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. A lot of hate, It's called long-term hate. But we think we're going to have it solved pretty soon, hopefully with a real solution, a solution that's going to be holding up.
And can I follow up? This is, I think, the first cabinet meeting since Elon Musk has not been a special government employee, not here anymore. He's now saying he's going to create a third political party. Are you worried about the impact that could have?
No, I think it'll help us. It'll probably help. Third parties have always been good for me. I don't know about Republicans, but for me.
Are you second guessing any of the cuts that Doge made since you
No,
described him as
no.
off the rails
Look,
the other day?
we cut hundreds of billions of dollars with Doge. We could have done it differently. I would have done it differently a little bit, maybe, but it was something that we saved a lot of money. You can always second guess. I guess some of the people in this room maybe would have done it slightly differently, and some would have done it exactly the way it was done. But it was dramatic, and it was important, and we found a lot of things like billions of dollars given to people for environmental protection, where they had $100 in the account, like in Atlanta, Stacy. And then you had another one with 20 billion here, and 20 billion here, and 2 billion here, and 15 billion. And Lee, you might want to mention just a couple of those things that we really got because of Doge.
At the Trump EPA, the one big beautiful bill was filled with many big beautiful wins for the taxpayer. It delivered a sledgehammer to the Green New scam. Billions of dollars rescinded. So it's a big deal for the American taxpayer who sees money go through pass-throughs that are filled with self-dealing and conflicts of interest. They see unqualified recipients. They see reduced agency oversight, and they want accountability with their tax dollars, and they got it. So in the example of the Stacey Abrams connected NGO, they received $100 in 2023. They got $2 billion in 2024. They had to complete training on how to develop a budget that was put into their grant agreement. They, out of nowhere, started paying a CEO $800,000, a COO $450,000, 22 people making over 150 grand. Out of nowhere, this is tax dollars. So money go through pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, and we lose oversight over it. And you see that it's going to former Biden officials, it's going to former Obama officials, it's going to Democratic donors. And we're not here saying we want to take money from a left-wing NGO and give it to a right-wing NGO. We want to give it back to the taxpayer. This is about us being good stewards of American tax dollars without any apology or regret. That's why President Trump was elected last November, Because there are a whole lot of people who maybe they hadn't voted Republican in a long time. Maybe they didn't even vote for President Trump the first time around in 2016, but they're regretting that vote from 2016 and they were making it right in 2024. So the One Big Beautiful Bill gave us the tools to rescind billions of dollars more. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars that'll get wasted per electric vehicle. As an example of this money that was going through it. They gave $50 million to a group called Climate Justice Alliance. They say that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. The Biden EPA gave $50 million to a group that says that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. We say that if you're going to spend $1 in the name of remediating an environmental issue, then spend $1 on remediating an environmental issue. We say that we can protect the environment and grow the economy. We want to help grow more baseload power in this country. So why is it that it took this long for this team to get assembled, to be able to fix the mess that we inherited? But gosh, we love showing up at our jobs every single day, first thing in the morning, because all day long we get things done for the American taxpayer. And Congress did its part last week by passing the One Big Beautiful Bill to deliver this accountability and to cut off the Green New scam. So maybe it's a bad day for Stacey Abrams. Maybe it's a bad day for all those well-connected Democrats getting paid off. But you know what? God bless America. Because at the end of the day, President Trump is here, J.D. Vance is here, and the greatest cabinet ever assembled to deliver that much-needed and highly demanded accountability.
That was a very good answer. And that's from the heart. That's from the heart.
On Ukraine, the Ukrainians have asked the international court to go after Russia for using toxic chemicals in the fight. Germany and Germany and the Netherlands have had intelligence saying that. What does U.S. intelligence believe, and what do you believe about the use of chemical weapons? And would you agree that that's the case for the court?
Well, I'd ask John maybe to discuss it if you'd like, John.
Well, Mr. President, obviously chemical weapons, if it's documented and its use, it's illegal. It's against all international laws of armed conflict and treaties. And obviously I can't share in this room with this audience the intelligence that I can share with you privately, but obviously you're not going to stand or allow for any violations of international law by anyone.
That's right. Thank you. Could I ask Sean to Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, former great congressman, very popular, decided to go out and make a couple of bucks. He made a lot. And he got bored with that, though. He likes serving people better, the people. And could I ask you to just discuss a very important subject to me, and that's the modernization of our equipment at airports so that planes aren't crashing into each other and bad things don't happen. It should have been done many years ago. We were going to do it, and then the election precluded that, unfortunately. But we're doing it now. Could you tell them where we are?
Yeah, if I can start with Newark. You guys all covered what happened in Newark. We had outages for a couple of 30-second outages a couple months ago. We have, in 2 months, Mr. President, it's historic speed, laid new fiber lines for communication and tested those in the next month. So those new lines for the Philly TRACON that controls the Newark airspace, they're up and running, lightning fast speed. June was the most on-time June ever in the history of Newark for air travel. So that's going incredibly well. By the way, we shouldn't have dealt with this because Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg had moved the center from New York to Philadelphia. They didn't test the lines. They didn't do the work, which is what brought us all these problems. But in the big beautiful bill, we got $12.5 billion. This is a historic investment in air traffic control. And so what the money is going to allow us to do is move from copper to fiber all over the country. So new copper lines. We think we can do that in 1.5 to 2 years. We have radar that dates back to the 1950s, some of it from the 60s and 70s. We get brand new radar across the country as well. We have some infrastructure money to build TRACONs and centers, the en route centers that control the traffic across the country. So this is a massive new start to rebuild air traffic control. And again, this is dilapidated. Americans think that their government takes care of them and makes the investments that are necessary to make the country work. And for 30, 40 years, the investments weren't made. And so under your leadership, and direction, we are making those investments. And per your direction, right now we are interviewing what we could call a general contractor or an integrator. One company to manage. It's a massive project. The FAA is not qualified to manage this kind of a project, so we are now going through the process of finding who that one company will be to manage the whole project. We'll interview those companies together and make that selection. So we'll write one big beautiful check to one beautiful company that'll be responsible for this this whole build. But if I can just make one last point, this is not enough money. We're going to need more. But this is a massive new start. The biggest investment. We'll need some more money on top of it, but a great start from the big beautiful.
It's a starter. It was very important to us, and just to cover that, there have been accidents, and my pilots, I would often hear them say, "Oh, good," and they would use a different system, a different country to land in New York. They'd use the radar and other things from a different country. I said, "What's that?" He says, "Oh, our system is so bad," and I knew that we were all set to start, and Boot at Edge came in, and what they did was so crazy because they hooked it copper into fiber, into steel, they had all different systems. They had hundreds and hundreds of contractors, different contractors for different airports. They spent billions of dollars, and they made the system worse because you can't hook copper into fiber. It doesn't work that way. You just can't do it. It's not doable, but they tried to do it. It didn't work out too well. And in the end, it was just a complete disaster. We want to have one great company. Now, Raytheon's going to bid, IBM's going to bid. We have 5 or 6 bidders that really are good and do this stuff. And we want one, because I know about overruns. I look at the railroad out in California, headed up by one of the worst governors in our country, who I used to get along with actually, but he's just, when you lose 25,000 houses and you would have had your cities burned down. If we didn't step in, Los Angeles would have been burned to the ground. But you look at that, and I said, I really know how to build, and you got to have one guy, one contractor, one great one, whether it's IBM or Raytheon is good, but you have 4 or 5 that are really, really great, and they're all bidding against each other. But you don't want to have one doing the wire and one doing the digging and one doing the demolition and then they're all saying, they all blame each other because they're saying they were late and therefore you have to pay me millions of dollars more money. I know the system so well, and we're going to have a great company do the whole thing. We're going to get a fantastic price. Maybe we'll get them, they're very big and very strong, and maybe we'll get them to make a contribution toward getting it done at the right price. But we're going to have a great system. When we finish, we will have the best system on earth, done by one of the 2 or 3 best companies. There are only a few companies can do this. This is not. But if you would have seen what this other group did, they were going crazy. They had, I heard 3,000 contractors. And then when it all came together, guess what? It didn't work. It's a disaster. So we're going to have in a pretty short period of time, it'll take us about 2 years to build it, and we'll have a contract given out probably over the next couple of months. We have some great bidders, some great companies that want to do the job. You're going to have great air traffic control.
Yes, can I just make one last point on this? So the last administration signed a contract with an American company to fix the copper to fiber, and that contract was a 15-year contract. The system is failing today, but that's how idiotic and incompetent the last administration was. And under your leadership, we're saying, listen, we don't have time. We don't have 15 years. We don't have 5 years. We have to do it right now. And so the president always talks about on time and on budget. We have embraced that. We are going to be on time and on budget. And by the way, you mentioned a train out in California. Stay tuned for probably give us 5 days and you'll have an answer on what's going to happen with the $4 billion that we potentially have invested on a train that's going to go nowhere. It's going to be $120 billion that'll never connect San Francisco to LA. Again, the last administration wasted so much money on projects that never work. If you're going to have high-speed rail, you're going to invest billions, we should actually have high-speed rail in America, not boondoggles that fund political friends and allies and family
They have
members.
from San Francisco, inside of San Francisco to inside of Los Angeles. It should have never been built because airplanes do it better. And you could drive it. You could drive it. No problem with driving it. The roads aren't even crowded. So they were going to do this, somebody's idea, somebody got paid off a lot of money, and they started it. It was going to cost a very small amount of money, and it ended up costing literally hundreds of times what the original. And now what they did is they said, well, going into the city is too big a deal, so we'll leave it 25 miles short of the city. So now they're leaving it. They're not going to finish it, really. It's not the same project. So now they're leaving it outside of San Francisco and outside, short of each. They just want to get it done, and I've never seen cost overruns. You know, if you have a cost overrun of 10%, you should be ashamed of yourself. 20%, you should not do any more jobs. This is a cost overrun of 2,000%, something like that. It's unlimited, and it's not finished. And maybe it will never get finished. And I told Sean to look at it from every standard, but we don't want to, you know, we have federal money going into that, and it's like throwing it out the window. So whatever you can do to stop it.
$15 billion and not one track has been laid. $15 billion and we're 16 years into the project, not one track.
Mr. President,
on New York, you're the most prominent Republican in the country from the city. What do you want to...
Anywhere else? I don't want to be a wise guy. Perhaps I can. Maybe Marco.
But how do you want Republican voters in the city to vote in the upcoming mayoral election? Should they vote for Eric Adams? Should they vote for Sliwa? Should they pick someone else?
Look, number one, you have a communist running, and you shouldn't vote for him. He's a disaster. He's leading. He's got the Democrat nomination because that shows you where the Democrats have gone. He actually wants to take over the grocery stores of John Catsimatidis, who's a great guy, a rich guy, grocer, does a good job, wants to take over. He actually called me the other day. He's concerned his stores are going to be taken from him, and they won't be run like John runs them, believe me. He runs a good operation, but he actually said he wants to run his own grocery stores. No, this is a man who's not very capable, in my opinion, other than he's got a good line of bullshit, and he's convinced them to go with him. Now, as you know, Cuomo, who does have capability, is running, but he got knocked out, and now they're running as, you have Eric Adams, the current mayor, you have Cuomo, and you have Curtis Sliwa. And Curtis runs every 4 years. He seems to be a fixture on the running scale. But you know, it's I'm not getting involved. But I can tell you this: I used to say we will not ever be a socialist country, right? Well, I'll say it again: we're not going to have. If a communist gets elected to run New York, it can never be the same. But we have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to. We could run D.C. I mean, we're looking at D.C. We don't want crime in D.C. We want the city to run well. Susie Wiles is working very closely with the mayor, and they're doing all right. I mean, in the sense that we would run it so good, it would be run so proper. We'd get the best person to run it. The crime would be down to a minimal, would be much less. And you know, we're thinking about doing it. To be honest with you, we want a capital that's run flawlessly, and it wouldn't be hard for us to do it. And we've had a good relationship with the mayor, and we're testing it to see if it works. But New York City will run properly. We're going to bring New York back. I love New York. You know, I loved New York for a long time. Then we had a bunch of crooked people in there. You have an attorney general who's a total stone cold crook, New York State, Letitia James, a total crook. All they do is want to go after political opponents. They do what's ever expeditious for them. She's the one that took out Cuomo because she wanted to run for governor, and then she ended up getting 1% of the vote. She polled at 1%, she dropped out, went back to attorney general. You have a lot of crooked things going on in New York. We're going to straighten out New York. Maybe we're going to have to straighten it out from Washington. But when I see a communist who has actually gotten a Democrat, pretty much gotten the Democrat nomination, they also went to that new form of voting, which is a beauty. You go in there in third place, you come out in first. That's that form of voting that they have gone to. You know what I'm talking about. It's not too good. We're going to do something for New York. I can't tell you what yet, but we're going to make New York great again also. We're going to make it great again with the country. What we've done in this country in the last 6 months, nobody has ever seen it. And I told the story, the King of Saudi Arabia, I was over there. They gave us $5.1 trillion between Saudi Arabia and UAE, Qatar. 3 stops, 5.1 trillion coming into our country as an investment, biggest investment ever made. And it's all going to good stuff. I mean, all real, big, good stuff. Energy projects, big, big things. But they all 3 told me essentially the same thing. We thought your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country in the world. We're right now riding the hottest country. We are, and you can all be proud of it. We're in the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. There's nobody close. Made hotter by some great pilots and great machines that nobody else has. Those great, big, beautiful machines, they rode those machines right into the toughest territory, and nobody knew what the hell happened. And then they hit their targets perfectly, and it was complete and total obliteration. And that's why that war ended, Steve. They told me that's why the war ended. The war ended when they saw that, it was over. And we're very proud of it. But we have the hottest country in the world right now from a country that was close to dead. And if I didn't win, if you would have had the other person win, we all know who she is, whether it was she or Biden. They're the same. He may have been more competent than her, and that's hard to believe, right? But if you had that ideology in, I don't believe you would have had a country anymore. I think you would have had a country that was broken up. But we had a dead country, now we have the hottest country in the world, and everybody knows it, and everybody said it. Mr. Vice President, do you have anything to say?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I'm very proud of the whole team. I think everybody has worked together. You see Pete and Marco and Steve working on some of the diplomacy, Christy and Pam working on the border. We just have a really, really solid team, and we've done a lot of good work. And in particular, I want to congratulate the White House staff led by the President on getting the One Big Beautiful Bill passed. I was personally skeptical, sir. I never told you this, but I was skeptical we'd be able to get that thing done by July 4th. We did it because we worked together and we worked very well. So it's an honor to be a part of it, but I'm really proud of you guys for doing a great job.
The beautiful thing about it, it had something for everyone.
That's right.
Most people said it had to be broken into 7 bills. It's so big. The problem was that some of those 7 have nothing for anyone, but they had to be done for the country. You know, sometimes you have to do things for the country that aren't necessarily popular. We had a couple of them, and that wouldn't have worked. So the One Big Beautiful Bill, many people said it could never be approved. Too big, too everything. There's too much. But it had something very big and very important for everyone, and it's great for the country. And remember, the Democrats have come up with a false narrative, you know, just whatever. It's just a line that they send to everybody and that they print. I think in the case of this, it's death, death. Everyone's going to die. I heard that. Everyone's going to do just the opposite. Everyone's going to live. What we're doing is saving our country and making it much bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was. I'd like to ask, Marco's been doing such a great job. Do you have anything to say?
Well, it's just going through a list here, Mr. President, and I think the Vice President's pointed out to the great team you have, but and all these achievements that have happened domestically. But you think about it, under your leadership, we prevented and ended a war between India and Pakistan. NATO's now at 5% for the first time ever, the highest numbers ever. A peace deal between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. A 12-day war that ended with an American operation that we're the only country in the world that could have done. Hopefully, pretty soon, a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The entire Middle East and the infrastructure of it has the potential now to change because of Syria and Lebanon, and it hasn't even been 6 months.
Sure.
It hasn't even been 6 months, so it's a great testament to your leadership in this team.
Well, thank you very much, and you've done a fantastic job. Could I just ask Linda, she's involved in so much, she's so talented and so good, and she's working on a couple of little things like Harvard, who was given $5.5 billion over a short period of time. We caught him on that one, that's crazy, but you're working on so much, you want to bring education back to the States. How are you doing?
Well, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. I think on the big, beautiful bill, what we saw, was school choice that's finally on a national basis at the state level, but there are opportunities now for scholarships, more and more of them for kids who are in failing schools. It's going to be a big turnaround. I think one of the biggest accomplishments we had over the past week was University of Pennsylvania with the Title IX ruling that Leah Thomas was stripped of her title, Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon and other women who have stood so strong against men and women's sports. And when you put out the the executive order, I mean, that just solidified it and gave them the opportunity. So those are a couple of really, really big wins, and thank you for that opportunity.
And how are you doing with Columbia and Harvard?
We're negotiating hard. I think we're getting close to having that happen. It's not wrapped up as fast as I wanted to, but we're getting there.
Okay, good. And you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
It's been a good team.
Yep, you have a great team.
Around this table, a lot of people have helped with that.
That's right. Thank you very much. Maybe just in closing, we spent a lot of time, effort, very little money on this room. This is called the Cabinet Room. It's been here for a long time. And it had some pictures that were not many of them and not very good ones. And I actually spent time in the vaults. The vaults are where we have a lot of great pictures and artwork. And I picked it all myself. I'm very proud of it. That's Andrew Jackson, great Andrew Jackson. That's a gentleman named, and we call him President Polk. He was sort of a real estate guy. He was, people don't realize he was he was a one-termer, but he was a very good president. But, and I'm not sure I should be doing this, he actually gave us the state of California. He was the one. He was the one that opened it up. So I'm not sure, maybe he won't be there for long. But if you notice, the frame is the exact same size almost as the other one is Andrew Jackson. So that was a part of the reason too, I have to be honest. But Polk was actually a very good president who's got the same frame that I needed, okay? And up here you have the original George Washington right behind the light. And then you have Dwight Eisenhower, who was a very underrated president. He built the interstate system, and he was the toughest president, I guess, until we came along. But I don't mind giving up that crown, because I don't want to be too tough on it, but we want to be humane. But he was the toughest president on immigration. He was very strong at the borders, very, very strong. And sometimes you can be too strong. He was strong on the borders, and during a certain period of time, they were so strong that almost every farmer in California went bankrupt. We have to remember that. We have to work together. We have to remember that. But he was a very good president and a very good general and a very good president. And I thought he deserved a position somewhere on this floor. And then you have, this is very exciting to me, he was not a Republican, to put it mildly, but he was, he was a four-termer. He was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And if you notice, there were a lot of ramps outside. We have ramp, people say it's an unusual place for a ramp. It was because of him. He was wheelchair-bound, but he was an amazing man. It's an amazing portrait, and we used to have him in the room, a different portrait, and it was a terrible portrait. It was almost like it was done by a child. And I used to say, I can't believe that he would have approved of that portrait of himself. And I was in the vaults and looking at things. I said, what's that? And we have some great curators here. We have 6 curators at the White House. They have 2 for paintings, they have them for furniture, they have them for different things. I guess cost is no object. Okay, cost is, maybe I'd have 1, but that's all right. But we have 6, and they're very talented, though. And he said, that's a picture of FDR. I said, really? Let me see it. They took off the wrappings, very well preserved. And I said, that's the picture they've been looking for years. That was the picture of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I said, oh, wow. And likewise, that fit, see frame-wise, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work if you have, I want to be nice, but it doesn't work if you have a big frame, a little frame, but it's like perfection. I'm a perfectionist. The mirror was down in the vaults also. I said, where is this from? And it's a very old, very storied mirror, beautiful. We put that up. And then over there is Honest Abe Lincoln. And that picture was in his bedroom. And we thought that this would be a very important place because this is where wars are ended. I'm not going to say wars are declared. I'm going to say wars are ended, okay? We'll be positive. And that's the picture of Abe Lincoln from his bedroom, sat in the bedroom for many, many years. That was his favorite picture of himself. And the Lincoln bedroom's very famous. You remember when Bill Clinton had it and he rented it out to people, okay? We don't do that. But it's an incredible room. And we took that picture from his bedroom. That's Abe Lincoln. And then over here you have John Adams, and it's they were the first occupants of the White House, 1800. And John Quincy Adams, Mrs. Adams, they were the first occupants. So we have them looking at each other, and in between their stare is Abraham Lincoln trying to make peace. And that picture was in a room that I have that was not important, like the cabinet. I gave it up. I said, I have to give it up because that's one of the greatest pictures of the White House. The White House is tremendous art. And the Oval Office, when we're there, we'll go over that. That's really been something. Then we got the drapes, so we got the whole thing. We got new drapes. We got new, wasn't a big expense, very, very small. And we took some of the Chinaware and silverware and trophyware, they call it, from the vaults, and we had it cleaned up. Hadn't been shined up in 100 years. Some of this has sat in the vaults for over 100 years. Amazing. Over 100 years. Many of the pictures that were put up in the Oval Office as an example, those two as an example. So he was president. They moved in 1800, and he won the election, I believe, in November of 1800, John Quincy Adams. And we thought that would be, he was considered to be a good president, and he was the first occupant of the White House, so it sort of made sense. And I love the frame of those pictures. Look at those frames, you know? I'm a frame person. Sometimes I like frames more than I like the pictures. And we have the flags of the Marines, and Space Force now has its own flag. I'm very proud of Space Force, but the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, the whole thing. And Coast Guard is right there. We never forget the Coast Guard. They do a great job. So we have the flags throughout the office. And it's really become quite a beautiful place. I don't want to tell this, Marco pointed it out. I was going to leave the clock. So as president, you have the power. If I go into the State Department or Department of Commerce or Treasury, if I see anything that I like, I'm allowed to take it. Do you believe this? So I'm in Marco's, I see this gorgeous clock, grandfather clock, and there it is. I said, Marco. He didn't know about it. I had to read him the rule and regulation. I said, Marco, I love this clock. Look at it. It's beautiful. He said, what clock? I said, the clock that's in the other room is incredible, and nobody gets to see it there. Marco, I tried to talk him into it first, and it sort of worked, and then I had to use a little more. I said, I'd love to take that clock out and put it in the cabinet room. He said, no, are you serious? I said, Marco, I have the right to do it, Marco. And he said, all right, what the hell? So that's his contribution to the cabinet room. But it's, by the way, it's an incredible clock, and you know, it's an important room. So you may see it again. Maybe we'll move it back sometime. Anyway, so that's pretty much it. But it really is great. Here we put on, you know, these lamps have been very important, actually. Whether people love them or not, but if you see pictures like Pearl Harbor and Tora Tora Tora, you see movies about the White House and where wars are being discussed, oftentimes they'll show those lamps or something like those lamps, something that looks like them, probably not the reals, because I don't think they were allowed to. This is a very important room. This is a sacred room, and I don't think they made movies from here. You never know what they do. But they were missing medallions. See the medallions on top? They had a chain going into the ceiling. And I said, you can't do that. You have to have a medallion. They said, what's a medallion? I said, I'll show you. And we got some beautiful medallions. And you see them. They were put up there. It makes the lamps look better. So we did these changes. And, you know, when you think of it, the cost was almost nothing. We also painted the room a nice color, beige color. And it's been really something. The only question is, will I gold leaf the corners? You could maybe tell me my cabinet could take a vote. You see you see the top line moldings, and the only question is, do you gold leaf it? Because you can't paint it. If you paint it, it won't look good because they've never found a paint that looks like gold. You see that in the Oval Office. They've tried for years and years. Somebody could become very wealthy, but they've never found a paint that looks like gold. So painting it is easy, but it won't look right. And the question is whether or not we should gold leaf it. Linda, do you have an opinion?
I gold leaf it.
You like it the way?
No, I gold leaf it.
You'd gold leaf it?
Yeah.
Who would gold leaf it? Could I raise you? How about, would you gold leaf it?
I was going to ask about McKinley. One of their favorite presidents.
Well, McKinley was a great president who never got credit. In fact, they changed the name of Mount McKinley, and I changed it back because he should have been, the people of Ohio he was the governor of Ohio. The people of Ohio were very happy when I did that. I heard they were very insulted. They took the name of Mount McKinley off. That was done by Obama a little while ago, and I had to change it back. I changed it back. He actually was a great president. He was a president, he was the tariff, the most, I guess, since me. I think I'm going to outdo him, but he was a tariff president. He believed that other countries should pay for the privilege of coming into our country and taking our jobs and taking our treasure. That's the way he explained it. They took our jobs and they took our treasure, and for that they should pay. And he made them pay, and he built a tremendous fortune. In fact, in 1887, they had the Great Tariff Committee was set up in 1887 because our country had so much money, we didn't know what to do with it. And they set up a committee of, as they called them, elites, a term that we have to change because I think a lot of the people that are elites aren't elite. I think the people that aren't elite are elite, so we're going to have to maybe switch that around somehow. But they had a committee that was set up to spend the money because it was such a large amount of money at that time. It was nobody had seen anything like it, and it all came in from tariffs, and people didn't pay tax. There was no income tax system. I told you that came back in 1913. That came back and lived well for a while, and then you had the Great Depression, and then later they tried to bring back tariffs, but the whole thing was. This was after the Depression. That was one of the great misconceptions. Is people like to say, "Oh, but it was during the." But no, the country had a Great Depression, and then after the Depression, long after it started, they brought back tariffs to see if they could save it, but it took them really 25 years. When you say about 25 years to get out of the Great Depression, a lot of people don't understand that. But I thought it would be interesting for you to get a little view of this room. This is a very important room, very powerful room, great room. And we've done similar, but even beyond this, in the Oval Office. We brought back pictures of some of the great presidents. Many of them were in the vaults for over 100 years. Originals all, beautiful, beautiful things. And rather than sitting in a vault downstairs for 128 years, I thought we should display that, and we did that, I think, in a really good way. We've gotten very high marks, but it's interesting. People walk into that room and they look around the room. They don't even want to talk to me. They could look at it for hours. It's funny, when people come into the Oval Office, it's such an incredible, it's a sacred place. When people come into the Oval from the biggest people in the world, presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, one case at least, queens, and the biggest business people in the world, they walk into that office and they always say, there's no place like this in the whole world in terms of the power. It's beautiful and all, but there are other beautiful offices. You have businessmen that have offices that are, full floors of office buildings, floor-to-ceiling glass, and they walk in there and they say, there's no place like this anywhere in the world. There's no place. And, it's what it represents maybe more than the physicality of the room itself. So it's an honor to have you all, media. It's an honor to have you. I just want to say we have a fantastic cabinet. Every one of them is a star in my book. And if they're not, I'll let you know about it. I don't care. I'll throw them to the wolves. I'll throw them to the wolves in 2 seconds because our country comes first, right? But I just want to thank you all for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, press, everybody. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
I'll tell you some other time. Thank you. Yeah, I will. Are we talking about next week or
Yeah,
here?
Sunday.
I'm gonna go.
You're gonna bring the trophy.
I'll be going to the game.
Are you
Yeah.
delivering the trophies?
I'm gonna deliver it. They have it in my office.
Yes, I know.
You're right.
You're giving it up?
Oh, she's good.
I don't even know where to start. I'm feeling like the kid who ate the canary. You know, there were a few comments I'm going to address here, and it's funny because like this one here, Trump will lose the midterms. Natural goddess, I'm sick of hearing about Epstein. Funny, I bet his victims want justice. I can't understand why he doesn't want to stop child abuse. This one, so the children aren't a priority? And John Yancey, we can forget Epstein, but it's not easy for his victims. No amount of money can erase what has been done to them. It's not wrong to want child predators arrested. It should not overshadow you nor the president's agenda. And then my personal favorite was this one. My personal favorite is Barry. You sat there talking about all the things that you saw and you shared with your wife. Now you want us to drop it? This I don't understand. You're right. You don't understand. You really don't understand. So let me see if I can try and help you understand for the first time and last time. Since you don't understand, it'll be your first time. Be last time I'm going to explain it to you. If you didn't watch the end of that press conference, maybe you dropped your comment in here and you ran away. And you're still thinking like, oh, Epstein, then you're not paying attention. I want to take you back because number one, if he's going to lose, and if you're going to vote for somebody else, good luck with that. You're embarrassing yourself. With all sincerity, you're embarrassing yourself by talking the way you're talking. And I feel many influencers are embarrassing themselves by talking in this manner. It is embarrassing to me to see people think that nothing is going to happen at all because of what this guy did to kids. That's not what I'm saying at all. I am not even attempting to tell you nothing is going to happen. What I'm telling you is you're not listening to him. Let me take you back. I know this for a fact because it was my wife's birthday. My wife's birthday is June 21st. What did you know on June 20th? Matter of fact, let me just take it even further. What did the world know on June 20th? You see, June 21st is when the bombs hit Iran. And these guys flew 18 hours one way, went boom, 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 and then flew 18 hours home. And none of you knew it. Not a single one of you knew it. Not a single one of the podcasters. Not a single one of any influencer. Not a single reporter knew what was going to happen on June 21st until it already happened. I can't tell you how many times I've watched press conferences from President Trump where he tells people, you expect me to tell you? You've heard it. You expect me to tell you that answer? It's none of your frickin' business. He might as well have just said that to Caitlin Collins and a couple people. It's none of your business. I'm cooking here. Hey, yeah, I'm just let you know, I'm going to send these bombers. We're going to bomb the hell out of Iran on June 21st. You got that? No, that press release didn't go out. It was the old Muhammad Ali joke from Richard Pryor. Bam! When Muhammad Ali hits you, all you see is the punch coming back. It hit you so fast you didn't even see it. Well, right now there's so many people who don't see what the hell is going on. He's not going to tell you, and nobody in that cabinet is going to tell you what's going on with the Epstein people. Why would he? Y'all Epstein maniacs need to do one thing at this point.
Snap out of it!
That's exactly what y'all need to do. Snap out of it. Nobody's ignoring the kids. Nobody's forgetting what happened to these kids. Especially not me and my wife and what the pictures we saw. Nobody wants more vengeance and justice on these people than probably myself and my wife. But I know I can't exact it. I know the only people who can were sitting in that office. And they don't have any reason or desire to tell you what is about to happen or when. Because every time I see these comments, I sit here and go, number one, you must be a new Trump follower. Because I had planned on saying this before he closed that meeting with what he did. Okay, see that guy over there? Well, I did this, and he was in 1925, and blah, blah, blah. You see this here? You see that? Yeah. Oh, by the way, you see that? You think this guy doesn't know where he's headed? Then you haven't followed him. Go read The Art of the Deal. And before you pick up the book, Art of the Deal, understand why he titled it Art of the Deal. He titled it after Sun Tzu. And everything in Sun Tzu he's done throughout his entire career. Now, if you guys don't know who Sun Tzu is, maybe that's another problem. Because Sun Tzu wrote the book, The Art of War. And let me just share with you, and hopefully this will be your final wake-up call. Let me just share with you something that Sun Tzu said. Where is it? Is it this one? Where is it? Hold on. Where did I do with it? Let me get it, bring it in here, because many people may not know this. All right, you ready for this? I want you to read this. It was one of Sun Tzu's principles. And when you read what I'm about to show you, light bulbs should go off in your head. This was what this. I'm telling you. Oops! Wake up. And then, after you snap out of it, I want you to understand this. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night. And when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Let your plans be dark. Let no one know what you're about to do. Make everything like June 20th. Not a single person knew that Iran was going to get bombed. None of you. Make them impenetrable as night. Don't let anybody in. Don't let them see what you're going to do when you're in warfare. You don't broadcast it. And then, when you do something, make it fall like a thunderbolt. See, like President Trump, I read war books. I understand how these great minds of war have reacted. And what I'm seeing right now, in no uncertain terms, is a man who's looking to strike like a thunderbolt. And you don't want the people who you're going to strike against to know or even see it coming. Hey, there's no list. I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing here. Don't worry about it. We got nothing. We got nothing. We don't even have... it's nothing. And the problem is, because some of you guys picked up on Bondi, is Pam Bondi's such an honest woman, she can't lie straight. She looks like something's wrong. And President Trump, who wrote The Art of the Deal, delivers his lines the way he's supposed to. How did he deliver his lines? Well, let's see here. In case you forgot already.
Sure. Your memo and release released yesterday in Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the native set?
Yeah, sure. If
That moment right there, that moment right there should tell you everything. Well, what, Barry? Did you notice how the guy directed his question at Pam, and President Trump said, "Hold on, Pam. Hold on. I got this. I know how to deliver this message. You don't. I don't want you getting us in trouble here. I don't want you, letting something out. I'm going to go take care of it." He just went, you quiet down right now. I got this. And listen to his response, obviously.
Center for 1 second. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
You see the other people's faces? You see what Pam did? What did she do? She went and turned away and got her pen ready to take a note. Oh, the boss is talking right now. If that's not Godfather-esque, I don't know what is. And I'm sure people don't pick up on these little visual cues.
We're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
You see her taking notes? She's looking at the master going, "Oh, that's how you do it. That's how you get people." What are you, an idiot? What, I gotta tell you this? You're stupid. Don't even bother me with this information. Did he answer the question? Just told the guy you're stupid for even asking about it. Don't ask me no question like this. You know who I am?
Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
See, Pam didn't realize the answer to that question was, "You want to answer?" "No, you got it, press. You got it, boss. You got this. You got it." But he's like, "You want to answer? Now you can answer. Now, after I told you where to go. Now that you know the gig. Now that you understand how I'm handling this. Go ahead, say something." I'm like, okay, at that point, he pretty much said what he needed to say. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night. Never let people know what you're thinking. And then when you do make the move, you fall like a thunderbolt. So I understand how people feel about the Epstein thing. And I understand how people out there are whooping up a complete fever over it. But then you got to sit back and look at who you're talking about. And that exchange should have told you all. No, he wasn't brushing it off. It's like, I got something coming. Just chill. I got some other things that are more important right now, but we're going to be dealing with this. Why are you bothering me right now? Why are you bothering me with this stuff? Why do you do that? The old Ray Liotta thing. If they were cops, I would have, if they were cops, I'd have known. Wise guys, you don't see it coming. This guy's from New York. He's a wise guy. You'll never see it coming. You remember that line in the movie? When Ray Liotta's driving around and looking at helicopters, and all of a sudden he pulls in his driveway and the guy's got a gun to his head? He goes, "I knew they were cops. Because if they were wise guys, you'd have never seen it coming." So that's what the problem is. It's not that I don't have feelings and want to see something happen with all this stuff about Epstein. Of course I do. Of course I do. I'm a human with a daughter and 2 granddaughters and a wife. Lots of women in my life. Sisters. I hate what has happened. But if anybody is going to take care of it, it's going to be President Trump. And it's going to be in a stealth mode like June 20th. He's not going to tell you, and she's not going to tell you, and Dan's not going to tell you, and Cash isn't going to tell you. It has to hit like a thunderbolt. You just have to wait. And that's the last time I ever want to talk about Epstein until the thunderbolt hits. If you want to wallow in that sewer, there's a lot of places to do it. This ain't one. I hate to disappoint you. I understand what's going on here. So you need...
Snap out of it!
You need to snap out of it. And understand this is the guy you voted for, this is the guy you put in office, and this is the guy who's putting together and doing what he feels he needs to do, the way he feels he needs to do it, in the time he needs to do it. That's it. I'm sorry, not going to play with you. Have your opinion. Everyone has one. But don't come at me with, oh, you don't care about the kids. Done with it. All right. Next thing. Oh, he did it again during the conversation. Somebody asked him about New York. What did he say? What did he say? Well, I can tell you what he said because this is specifically what he said. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. He says, I can't tell you. He told it straight up. Hey, what are you going to do about New York? I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Didn't say I wasn't. Didn't say I was. Didn't say anything. Just thought, I'm not telling you. Listen to him. Or not. It's your choice. You have been watching my show for so long. You have to understand at one point, I really try to tune into the words coming out of his mouth. And then people are like, Barry, did he really just say what you said? Yeah, I don't have a script. I'm tuned into him. I'm like, oh yeah. And I had all this. And I was going to play it until, then, oh my God, he just said it. He just said it. Shut up. Shut up. You really think I want to talk about this right now? I'm over it. We still talking about it with all the stuff I've done? What was the other thing that, so I'm looking at some of this stuff in here, and it's funny. It's funny when you just look at it. And then the last thing I wanted to touch on about that was when he went around the room, he's taxes. Yeah, remember they didn't used to have income taxes because we had tariffs. And the Mr. Tariff was sitting right next to him with a big old smile. Howard Lutnick. That one, he's definitely letting people onto it. Because that's, where he wants to go. Oh, and the other thing, by the way, one more thing. I forgot to talk about this one. I am doing things for the best interest of the country, even if they're not popular. See, I try to listen. And he said that. And so right now, you don't like the fact that he didn't talk about Epstein and we're not doing anything. I'm doing what's best for the country, which most of us have no clue what he has in mind, even if it's not popular. So if you're doubting him, if you're doubting Pam, if you're thinking Pam should be fired or this or that and the other thing, then you're doubting President Trump. It's painful thinking about what happened to those kids. It's absolutely painful. But at some point you have to give up the ghost and realize at this point is this man's in control and he's got an idea as to what he wants to do, how he wants to do it, and when he's going to do it. And no amount of screaming and crying and everything else on something this big is going to make a difference. Remember, this man, they shot at him. They tried to kill him. They tried to take his property. They tried to take his business. They embarrassed everyone in his family. They sue constantly. And you think he's forgot about Epstein. Yeah, you're embarrassing yourself. You are truly embarrassing yourself. Because you're showing people you're not paying attention. So at this point, I'm done with it. And
Snap out of it.
or not. It's up to you. Yeah, you don't learn by talking, you learn by listening. I'm done with it. Go someplace else. I'll lose subscribers. I don't care. Misery loves company. You can go wallow in some corner of the internet and go Epstein. And I'm sure that cut of him telling everybody shut the hell up is going to be everywhere, and it's going to be interpreted completely wrong. Because if they're not following it up with the information from Sun Tzu and going, hey, do you really think he's going to tell you? How many times in these press conferences he tell people, I ain't telling you. Who the hell are you? You're some reporter from CNN. I don't even want to call on you. You're that insignificant. And I'm not saying that we as Trump supporters are insignificant, but I wouldn't trust half the people on the internet with plans of what I'm going to be doing. I'm pretty sure that Steve Bannon, Patrick Bet-David, Benny, nobody had the idea that, hey, listen, on June 20th, they're going to fly these planes 18 hours over to Iran and bomb them. If somebody did, let me know. Everybody, we're all in this business together, and, some do things the way they want to, but I just try to listen to him. That's why I don't worry so much about all the ancillary stuff. I just listen to him. That's why I've decided to turn, a long time ago, turn my channel is I do some news, but I mainly focus on President Trump, because the more I watch and listen specifically to him, the more I learn. The more I read about him, I listen to his words. Here's what I'm going to do tonight, just so you know. I'm going to go back, and I'm going to take that entire segment of when he was talking about all the things on the wall, and I'm going to go listen to that and start referencing that. Because I think there was a whole lot of nuggets in there that went by real fast. I'm like, wait a second. Whoa, hey, wait. Let me pull this out. That might be its own show later on. Did you hear this? Did you hear that? Did you listen to here? Because he was firing it. There was no rehearsal. There was no teleprompter. Hey, that one there. Yeah, that one there. I'm like, damn, dude. You're assaulting us right now with all this information. So I'm going to break that down, because I think that's its own show. Okay. He's wishy-washy. I understand completely, Barry. It's not the only issue. It certainly isn't priority. I'm done too. Absolutely. All right. So what I want to get into, because I've got Reagan Reese coming up, and I may have to push her back a little bit, but I keep telling you guys about this press conference this afternoon. He referenced it. Brooke Rollins referenced it, and others did. So I want you to hear this, because Reagan comes up at 2:30. This is kind of long, so I told you this would be a long show, but let me get into this, because I don't know. We'll go as far as we can, and then we'll take it from there. Okay?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here this great morning here at USDA in Washington, D.C. I especially want to thank my colleagues from the administration, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary Kristi Noem, Counselor to the President Peter Navarro, the incredible governors who joined us today from Arkansas and from Tennessee and from Nebraska, whom you'll hear from. Amazing members of Congress that are here with us. You'll get to hear from Senator Tuberville, Senator Marshall, and Congressman G.T. Thompson. We also have leaders with us here in the audience from Alabama, from Arkansas, from Florida, Kansas, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia, who have joined us for this historic rollout to address one of the most significant national security threats facing our nation. But first, I want to say that we gather together at a moment when the power of nature is rendered especially vivid to us. The floods in my native Texas, which have carried away so many lives, many of whom my family knew, has caused so much heartbreak and brought so many tears.
It touches every one of us, not just those of us from the Lone Star State, but every American who cares about their neighbor, and especially every parent whose heart reposes not within themselves, but within their own children. It is not within our power to ease their pain, nor should those most devastating losses be erased or eased. But what we can do is grieve alongside them, and I know that's what we are all doing. And we can also join them in a sorrow that honors the joy of their children's and their family members' lives. It is not and has never been God's purpose that we suffer, but it is within His design that we rely upon His creation. We see that in extraordinary natural tragedy as over the last few days, but we also see it in the beneficial fruits of His creation, the bounty of the land, the yield of our farms, the produce and the product of our labor. That dependency upon His goodness is part of His purpose, and so as stewards of creation, we have an obligation to protect it. In protecting it, we protect ourselves, and that's why we're here today. Nowhere is this illuminated more vividly than in the stewardship and conservation of our American farmlands. We're here to talk about that today, and we're here to address one particular facet of that stewardship, responding to one particular type of threat. The plain reality is that American agriculture in American hands is a positive good, a rich blessing that we carefully tend and upon which rests the sustenance and future of our republic. Every family, every home, every community depends upon what our farmers do, and they support and sustain us, not merely by keeping us materially fed, but by keeping us spiritually strong. The farm's produce is not just a commodity, it is a way of life that underpins America itself. And that's exactly why it is under threat from criminals, from political adversaries, and from hostile regimes that understand our way of life as a profound and existential threat to themselves. For them, agricultural lands and our farms, because they are a previous inheritance, are weapons to be turned against us. We see it again and again, from Chinese communist acquisition of American farmland to criminal exploitation of our system of agriculture to the theft of operational information required to work the land and beyond. All of this takes what is profoundly good and turns it towards evil purposes. But November 2024 signaled it's time for our federal government to wake up and step up, and that's exactly what we are doing under the leadership of President Donald Trump. With this announcement today, we are taking this purpose and our American farmland back. American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities in the very systems that sustain us. Reshoring and nearshoring our food and agriculture supply chain is essential for our nation's security. In coordination with the White House, the Departments of Treasury, Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, as well as state governors, state agriculture commissioners, local, tribal, and territorial governments, today we announced the USDA's National Farm Security Action Plan. This plan includes 7 key action items, and there's a lot of people here that I want you to hear from, so I'm not going to go one by one, but just very quickly. It's on our website. The press has gotten a preview of it, and we can ask some questions once we finish the main program. But very quickly, and perhaps the most important, the first of the 7, is securing and protecting American farmland ownership. Actively engaging at every level of government to take swift legislative and executive action to ban the purchase of American farmland by Chinese nationals and other foreign adversaries. Standing on the shoulders of great governors, 3 of whom are standing behind me, who have already been leading the way on this issue. And at the federal government level, working to do everything within our ability, including presidential authorities, to claw back what has already been purchased by China and other foreign adversaries. Additionally, working with the Treasury of the Secretary of the Treasury, along with our Defense Department, on memorandums to ensure that moving forward, there is a much more intentional look at who is buying what in this country and from where they are in the world. Also enhancing our agricultural supply chain resilience, also protecting our U.S. nutrition safety net from fraud and foreign exploitation. Number 4, defending agricultural research and innovation. No more sweetheart deals and secret pacts with countries that do not have our best interests in mind. Number 5, making sure that America First is in every USDA program, from farm loans to food safety. We have already canceled 7 active agreements with entities in foreign countries of concern and will continue to cancel additional agreements moving forward. I signed a memo today, thank you, which immediately removes 70 citizens from countries of concerns that currently are affiliated with the USDA through contracts or research arrangements. And we are working to issue regulatory action to remove over 550 entities from foreign countries of concern from our preferred catalog. Number 6, safeguarding plant and animal health, working to make sure that we know what is coming in and how to control animal diseases. And number 7, protecting critical infrastructure from our farms and our food and our supply chains, again, along with so many partners across this government here in Washington and across our states. Now, please help me welcome to the podium the amazing Secretary Pete Hegseth. Thank you all.
Well, Brooke, thank you so much for your incredible leadership on this issue. It's an honor to be here. It's a very important one. I think we're all here for 2 basic reasons. One, under President Trump's leadership, we're going to put America first. We have America, American land, American basing, American troops, American citizens. You have a Secretary of Homeland Security who cares about Homeland Security. You have an imagine that. You have an Attorney General that cares about justice. You have a Secretary of Agriculture that cares about our farmland and our farmers. You have governors who've led the way, and senators and congressmen who now have reinforcements from an America First movement that it's about America First, but it's also just the application of common sense. As someone who's charged with leading the Defense Department, I want to know who owns the land around our bases and strategic bases, and getting an understanding of why foreign entities, foreign companies, foreign individuals might be buying up land around those bases. That's something I should be paying attention to on behalf of the American people, on behalf of my department, and on behalf of the President. It's common sense. And so food security, just like energy resilience, just like where we get our water, that's all national security, especially in a contingency. So we would be asleep at the wheel if we were not fully a party to an effort like this to ensure that our nation had the food supply it needs. But specifically, our troops have what they need on our bases, so that in those moments you can rely on us here in the United States to provide that security. So no longer can foreign adversaries assume we're not watching and we're not paying attention and we're not doing something about it, because we are. So, Brooke, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Please help me welcome to the podium to speak of the agro-terrorism threats our incredible Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Thank you all, and we know Texas is your home state, Secretary Rollins. Our hearts go out to all those in Texas and the families, as well as in North Carolina, who are also experiencing those horrible floods. We're so happy to be here today to protect our farmers, our ranchers, and our ag community. Under President Trump, we are proudly putting our farmers first again. Thank you to our Congress, our governors, all of the great people who have gathered here today. My job is to make America safe again, which includes protecting our farmers who feed our families. The Department of Justice will use every tool at our disposal to secure, defend, and protect our ag community from threats. Our Environmental and Natural Resources Division has successfully defended the Forest Service as it manages our forest. We're also defending mining critical and strategic minerals, which is very important to our nation's security. We're cracking down on pesticide trafficking. And we are doing this by closing the southern border, working hand in hand with our great Kristi Noem, where illegal and highly toxic chemicals from Mexico were smuggled into the U.S., and the Department of Justice is prioritizing the arrest of those illegal aliens doing it. Additionally, our National Security Division is actively monitoring foreign threats to American agriculture. Last month in Michigan, this is very frightening, we charged 2 Chinese nationals for attempting to smuggle potential agro-terrorism weapons into the United States. Both of them have ties to the CCP. Just days later, we arrested another Chinese citizen for sending packages of concealed biological materials into the United States. It's going to stop. FBI has opened over 100 bio-smuggling investigations in recent years. We will prosecute you. We will hold you accountable. Thank you to everyone who is here today, especially Secretary Rollins, Secretary Hegseth, all of our good friends governors, my good friend Governor Huckabee. And we will, all of us, will never back down from supporting our American farmers. God bless you. And God bless America.
Next, the incredible Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, everyone.
Well, good morning, and I am so blessed and pleased to be here with Brooke, who is a dear friend of mine, and our hearts and prayers still continue to go out with Texas, and I'll be back down there in a few days to spend more time with them and to help them continue to heal and with recovery efforts. The one thing I wanted to share with all of you today is that long before I had the honor of serving as President Trump's Homeland Security Secretary, I was a farmer. I was a rancher. In fact, I've worked on food policy for over 30 years. And I recognize that food policy is national security policy. A country who cannot feed itself, cannot take care of itself, and cannot provide for itself is not secure. And that we have to be able to feed ourselves to make sure that no other country ever controls us. And I've watched for decades as evil foreign governments, including China, have come into this country and they've stolen our intellectual property. They've manipulated their currency. They've treated us unfairly in trade deals. They've come in and purchased up our processing companies, stolen our genetics. In fact, I've worked in this building off and on commissions and projects and laws and different statutes to ensure that China did not completely take control of our entire food supply chain, recognizing that the United States of America would be in jeopardy if that ever were to happen. I've watched them come in and establish a presence in stealing our chemicals, in providing our fertilizer for us. And so 2 years ago, when I served as governor of South Dakota, we passed a law in our state that said China and 6 other foreign evil governments would never own our farmland. And I'm very proud to say that in South Dakota, China does not own any of our land, nor will they ever own any of our land. While I served in Congress, I worked hard to put in programs that would help manage risk for farmers. I tell people all the time, farmers are the biggest gamblers that I know. They go to a bank oftentimes and they have to borrow money to buy land. Then they go back to the bank and they need machinery to work that land, and so they borrow some more money to do that. Then they have to go back and get an operating note to purchase seed and fertilizer, chemical potentially, and they put it in the dirt, and they hope that months later it'll rain, the sun will shine, and that there'll be something there that they can pick up, that they can sell, and then that the markets that are beyond their control, that there will be a price there that will help them cash flow so they can go back and do it all over again the next year. They do that so that they can feed this country, so that they can feed this world. In fact, growing up as a little girl and as a daughter of a farmer and a rancher, I always felt like God loved farmers more. I mean, if you look at the Bible, look at Scripture, and you look over and over again, he talks about sowing and reaping and cattle on 1,000 hills and your barns to overflowing. And so I feel like there's a special blessing on farmers. And the fact that we have a president and that we have a Secretary of Agriculture that recognizes the importance of food policy and what it means to this country's security is so wonderful. It's such a change from what the previous administration and how they prioritized our farmers and ranchers. So now as the As the Secretary of Homeland Security, I have responsibilities when it comes to securing our homeland. But many of those responsibilities have to do with securing our critical infrastructure. We have the responsibility for 10 of our 16 critical infrastructures, which means our electrical grid, our water supply chain, how we protect and run this country, and what we do to make sure the people here are safe, but not just the people, the products and goods that come in and out of this country. Our Customs and Border Protection units are the ones that all of our goods come into this country and leave this country on, and their investigations and how they inspect our ag products are critically important to make sure that we aren't facing any kind of threats from what kind of products may come into this country or what kind of terrorist acts might happen from goods that other countries may wish to send to us that would harm our food supply. We will continue to make sure that we have the systems in place, the people in place, the experts in place, and the policies in place to make sure that this country always feeds itself, and that we always have the ability to grow our own food, and that we rely on no one else to feed the people of the United States of America, because it is a national security issue when a country cannot provide for itself. And we will never let any other country control our food supply or control our people, because we will always be the great United States of America. Thank you.
Yeah, I was reminded when Christy was Governor Nome and we were at America First Policy, Christy, you and I did an event together on this very issue 3 years ago, and she, along with some of the other governors, really stepped up. So thank you, Secretary Nome. Next, a longtime friend, a partner from the first Trump administration, and someone who has been leading on this for years and years. Please help me welcome White House Counselor Peter Navarro.
What a beautiful day to be out here, and it's difficult, I think, for a lot of Americans to wrap their head around what we're talking about today. We're such a good and kind nation that has done so much for the rest of the world over so many decades, including fighting 2 world wars on behalf of the rest of the world. But this is so serious an issue. The Art of War, a book, Sun Tzu, centuries old, says that the acme of warfare is to win without firing a shot. You fast forward to a book that was written by 2 high-ranking military officials in China called Unrestricted Warfare. And you understand that we are indeed in a new world where kinetic warfare is not the first choice of our rivals anymore. Rather, it is things like sending us seeds or trying to steal our seeds or trying to change the seeds. It is acquiring our supply chain in agriculture. It's setting up spy shops on land next to military bases. Do you remember when that balloon, it was just a weather station? We seem so naive about so much of this, when in fact we have nations and bad actors trying to do bad things using our supply chains now as weapons. The world changed yet again on April 2nd when the Chinese embargoed critical minerals, not just on us but for the rest of the world. The Russians now embargo things like neon and helium and uranium as a tool. So we must be clear-eyed about the threats, and I just have to congratulate Secretary Rollins for taking leadership on an issue which has been troublesome for years. And we have governors here, like Kristi Noem in South Dakota, just leadership on that. She was doing that before anybody was paying attention. We're going to hear from Governor Huckabee. Arkansas has led the way on this issue at the state level, even as the federal government has been silent about it up to this point. The last thing is, big things like Smithfield Foods. I don't know if you know this, but this one really troubled me when it happened. But the Chinese bought Smithfield Foods and basically control about 1/8 of the world's pork supply now. And we worry, we've had food inflation. We worry when things happen that can be part of that. And then the other key purchase which we allowed them to do is Syngenta. Well, what is that? It's a seed company. And in a world of ever-changing pests and things like that, and climate differences about where water is and things like that, seeds really can be the revolution that keeps the world fed. And China now owns a key part of that. So what Secretary Rollins is doing today, it's a historic day. She's putting down the marker that the United States is no longer going to tolerate the attacks on our agricultural system, not just the land, but the supply chain as well. She deserves more than a hand. She deserves a helping hand here, and that's why the other aspects of our government are behind us as well. So I appreciate being here on this absolutely gorgeous day, and again, I commend the leadership of the people behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Again, no one more of a warrior than he on these issues and many others, so thank you. Next, also from the first Trump administration, now the governor of the great state of Arkansas, who another leader in this area. Please help me welcome Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Good morning. It is incredible to be here and be joined with people who really understand what it means not just to love our country, but to be willing to do things that actually preserve, protect, and allow us to pass on what makes our country so great to the next generation. And that's exactly what you see in the collaboration of the people that are gathered behind me. I'm so proud of the fact that Arkansas was the first state in the country to kick a Chinese-owned company off of our farmland and out of our state, and we made them pay for it, very Trump-esque. And in the last couple of months, we've passed new legislation just this year allowing us to prohibit them from now not only owning farmland in our state, but from building or buying land around our military bases and critical infrastructure. It is something that has to happen and something that states have been leading the way on. But unfortunately, our states can't do it alone. That's why events like today matter so much. That's why leadership from people like Secretary Rollins matter so much. The fact that we now have a president who understands who our real enemies are and is willing to take them on is making a huge difference, not just in our country, but around the world. You know, we've talked a lot about today a country's ability to feed itself, but that's not the only place, and that's not the only role agriculture plays. A country has to be able to feed itself, fuel itself, and fight for itself to truly be free. And that's why what this group represents is every component of that. And we now have a president who understands it and is willing to do everything within his power to make sure the United States continues to be the greatest country on the face of the planet. And that doesn't happen by accident. That happens because we have great leadership. And I'm proud of the role that Arkansas has been able to play, but I'm more excited about the leadership that we now have in Washington that is going to take this to all 50 states and frankly all across the world. Having this group, there are no people I have greater confidence in. Secretary Hegseth leading the greatest military on the face of the planet, and nobody better suited to do so. He's tough, and I'm pretty sure he could take every member of the cabinet in an arm wrestling competition, but he's not the only tough one up here. There's no chance that China has going up against my friends Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, and Brooke Rollins. They are not only the toughest women in Washington, They're some of the toughest people in all of America. And this group of people, under the leadership of President Trump, is not only going to protect our great country, but they're going to make sure that we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation behind us. I'm so grateful for their leadership, so thankful I get to be part of an effort that is going to make sure that the freedom of our country is protected and preserved for every single American to enjoy. Thank you for letting us be here, and thank you, Brooke, for putting this amazing event and this great plan together to help our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor Sanders. Also at the front of the battle, Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee. Please help me welcome him.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Let me just add my words of gratitude to President Trump and to his administration. And it's an honor to stand here with these great leaders. I have served as the governor originally in President Trump's first term, and then through the Biden administration, and now again in the Trump administration. During the years when President Trump was not in office, and governors like myself and Governor Sanders and Governor Pillen were working individually to secure our farmland. So in Tennessee, we have passed laws that prohibit ownership, that require divestment if found, that impose strict penalties for those foreign adversaries who take our property. We have also passed the Farmland Conservation Act in order to make it easier for the next generation of farmers to live and operate in our state. But that work was really hard in the previous Biden administration because we didn't have a partner who understood the threats and the challenges that we understand in Tennessee. So I'm so grateful for President Trump's leadership here, especially for Secretary Rollins' leadership, who she and I connected early on. My family is a multi-generational farming family as well. And I understand that when my grandfather was farming in Tennessee, the issues that we're talking about today didn't exist. But for my grandchildren who live on our family farm in Tennessee today, we understand that our farmland is not just dirt. It is our national security. It is our economic future. It is our children's heritage. And it is under threat. And the leaders here recognize that. And we've taken steps at the state level, but now, refreshingly, we have an administration and multiple cabinets who are coming together collaboratively with governors across the states and making sure that America's future is preserved for the next generations. Thank you.
Our first conversation, Governor Lee and mine, was not about how to save America. It was about our mutual love of Hereford cattle. So we are forever bonded. Listen, y'all, next, another great governor, great leader on this issue. Please help me welcome Governor Pillen of Nebraska.
Well, good morning, and just an incredible shout out to everybody in the cabinet and Brooke and her incredible leadership, and a great thank you for President Trump assembling what I view as extraordinary leaders across all of the cabinet to absolutely make America great in a special, special place. This is very, very touching for me to have the opportunity to be here. I'm the 41st governor of Nebraska. I'm the first governor that's made my living from agriculture in 100 years. I have simply sat and looked in my career of over 40 years and saying, what on earth is going on with China? I believe this. I believe in family farm security. I believe in food security, and that equates to national security. Nebraska is doing its fair share. I believe we need to do more than our fair share. So our first year in 23, we were able to pass legislation that took all Chinese equipment off all telecommunications across the state. That was the first step. Second step was making sure that no land is purchased by any foreign adversaries.
So I got to interrupt here, got to jump in. I had already previously had an interview with Reagan Reese scheduled for 2:30, and she's here, so we're going to take the interview, and then we'll finish up. There's probably like 25 minutes left in that press conference. They hadn't even got to the questions yet, so I'm sure you're going to want to hear that. But Reagan, if you don't know her, I'll let her tell you where she's from and everything. But she was the one who asked President Trump on the tarmac about changing D.C. into a congressionally run district, per se, instead of having the mayor. So you guys have probably seen Reagan on here sometime, but let me just jump into it right now with her. Reagan, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let me just move your volume down. Were you there today too?
I wasn't, unfortunately. I am chasing down some stories about the Epstein files, so I've been in the office today.
Tell me about some of that stuff. People love to hear about Epstein.
I know. Well, we're trying to get to the bottom of, does this really mean case closed? I think yesterday in the press briefing, the door was kind of left open a little bit if there could be more. And quite frankly, Barry, and I'd love to hear from your audience on what they thought. I thought President Trump's answer today, kind of saying, why are we still talking about the Epstein files, was a little strange, because this is something that matters to a lot of MAGA, and they are talking about it. And it is a little strange that we aren't getting the Epstein files after there was all this buildup and the first binders were released. And so right now I'm trying to figure out, is the case closed? Kind of what happened? Why didn't we get another binder of documents? Was this always the plan to release this memo? Was this technically phase 2 of the whole entire thing? It's a sensitive topic, and it's been taking some work to negotiate with these sources, get them comfortable to talk. And so there's not a ton I can share right now because a lot of those conversations were private, but I am hoping to have some answers for you guys on what went down, how we got here soon, hopefully soon.
My personal feeling, seeing Trump and reading about him and understanding, he is executing a master strategic plan at this point, because the one thing you don't want, especially whoever was involved in that seediness, you don't even want them to know what's coming. I'm interested in seeing if you find out something different, but it seems like we're watching a Tom Clancy novel right in front of us at this point. Tom Clancy, you may be too young to remember who Robert Ludlum is, but he wrote the Bourne Identity, and all these spy novels just seem to be getting woven into this entire strategy on how they do things. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see what you end up coming up with. And more interesting is who's going to want to talk. Because how deep can you get? Who are you going to, I mean, of course you're not going to release it, but I'd love to know, like, what level. Like, next time I talk to you, say if the cabinet is level A, I got to level C or something, because it just seems like it's so tight-lipped at this point, and if anybody ever talks, they get banished to Siberia or something. So that'd be very interesting for you to see. I'd love to know who wants to open up to you. But tell me about the question about D.C. Where did it come from? How did you even think to ask that question?
Well, I think it's something that President Trump floated during the first term, or had spoken about during the first term. And it really came about when I was, getting ready to go on this trip with President Trump to Iowa. And as a member of the conservative media, you are trying to always think of what questions you could ask that are outside the box. And also, what questions is everyone else going to ask about? And everybody was going to be asking about the big, beautiful bill. And so when I know that the mainstream media is going to be asking about a topic, I try to avoid it or think of a really unique angle, because I don't want President Trump or Caroline Leavitt to essentially take that question and it come off the wrong way. They get defensive because it's, quote unquote, maybe lib coded So I was thinking of unique questions. I wanted to ask something about the big, beautiful bill, which I did. And then I was also thinking about what are other things that are happening that matter to people? What's something that Trump has talked about before? And a day before, there was a intern of a Republican congressional staffer who just a couple blocks down, a metro stop or two down from the White House, was caught in some crossfire. Two individuals were fighting and was gunned down and was killed.
Right.
And, you know, this is a young man who has his whole life ahead of him, who's just interning in Washington, D.C. and he's not in a particularly bad area of the city. I've lived here for 3.5 years now. I know where you're not supposed to be.
Right.
And I think a lot of residents would agree with me that DC doesn't feel super safe. And so I wanted to ask the president if does he want to do anything about it? And I think we hear a ton of talk about America First, and there's a ton of debate over what America First means. And there's talking points that we should be taking care of our nation's capital first before we take care of any other countries. And so I wanted to ask President Trump, does this matter to him? Is this something he's thinking about? And he teased a big announcement that said, yes, we are going to make DC a very safe place. And today he announced that he is considering having Congress take back control of DC.
How would that happen? How exactly? So when you did your research to ask that question, do you have the information as to how that would even take place?
I'm not an expert on all of that. I believe it has been done before. You know what? I need to look more into it myself on the formal process. I don't think it's something that can happen very easily. But I will say that I think after fighting for the big, beautiful bill and watching how Trump and his administration were able to win over GOP votes, I'm sure that Congress taking over DC is probably something we're going to hear a lot of liberals whine about. And so there definitely has to be some strategy to this. How do you get Congress to, I assume they have to vote on it and agree to do it. And so, you know, how do you do that? And I think they're in a good position, the White House right now, to make that happen.
From I don't know if you've looked into this either, from a strategic perspective, what would be the reasoning to do it? Yeah, cleaning up the city, taking it from Muriel Bowser, that's one thing, but there's got to be a lot more than just cleaning up the city. Does it add another vote? I mean, I'm trying to see like what would be the advantage, or is it just simply that's the nation's capital and he wants it to be more of a safe place?
That's a great question. I'm not sure about the other vote. The way I've always read the situation is it's about, our nation's capital, making it safe, putting the nation's capital first and making it a place people want to visit, pouring into the nation. And I think that is typically the argument you see around this topic.
Now, changing subject for a second here, seeing everything that they talked about today in the cabinet meeting, they went over a lot in the previous press conference with the people in the agriculture. How are they going to get, in your mind, how are they going to get China? Are they just going to do an eminent domain and take all this property back from China?
I didn't get a chance to tune into the agriculture announcement today, regrettably, because of the reporting I've been doing on the other topic, the Epstein files. So I'm not sure if I'm best to talk about how they're going to do that. But hopefully next time I talk to you, Barry, I will have the answers.
Okay. And how come it seems as though Caroline Leavitt in the press room seems to be more, lenient towards CNN. President Trump, however, is like, I'm not even talking to you. Don't even ask me any questions. What has happened to I did hear Caitlin eventually get something, but who is he talking to her? Or is it somebody else from CNN he doesn't want to talk to?
I think it's just the network broadly. I mean, when I was on the tarmac the other day, he asked one reporter where they were from. The reporter said the New York Times. President Trump said, moving on. I think he recognizes certain journalists and what outlets they're from, and he knows which journalists he likes, and he has taken questions from before, and he agrees with. I have to say that I do think President Trump enjoys taking those shots at CNN, and he is looking for those opportunities. It wouldn't surprise me, Barry, if he's looking in the cabinet room and he's like, where's Caitlin Collins so I can call her out and say I hate CNN. That's what I think is happening.
Oh, it's so bad. So everything happening in Los Angeles on the other side of the country. I don't know if you ever get to talk. I never hear them call. Is there like an LA Times or anybody in the press corps? It would have to be, right? Yeah. So with everything happening there yesterday with Karen Bass and the ongoing protesting, and then with this ICE agent getting shot at and them having to take him out, what's the talk about where things are headed militarily, if so, with what's going on with California? And I'm sure Tom Homan's been doing some stuff at the Sticks telling you guys.
Well, let me start by saying this. I think we need to start a petition to have me take over the LA Times chair in the briefing room. They are like the fourth row, and I've noticed the last Caroline Leavitt's last briefing, and then the president's last briefing in the briefing room, they weren't there in that seat. And I'm all the way in the back row, and I think if you're not going to fill that seat consistently, it should go to somebody who's always there, who wants more opportunities. We rotate right now with another outlet, so I'm not in there every briefing. It makes it hard for me to attend consistently. And so I think that's something Fanfare Nation, we need to petition for.
Well, I'll tell you, if you get them some Epstein information, they're going to be all over you. Trust me. Please,
Okay.
please. I know there's some people in the chat right now. Please get us something, because they can't take it, because I've been beating up on them. It's like, I'm done with it. I'm not talking about it. It's a dead horse. But if you find out some goodies, I'm sure they'd be just thrilled to talk to you. They're waiting for it.
I'm working on it. I promise you, I'm working on it. I've been thinking about it constantly. I'm working the phones. We'll see what we can get. So, yeah, maybe we could do a little trade there. But in terms of what's going on in LA, I think what we've seen from the president is that he's not afraid to take action, and that his administration isn't deterred by Governor Gavin Newsom and his threats. And I think a lot of what you're seeing from Gavin Newsom is kind of this challenge of President Trump. I think he's welcoming it. I think it's totally the way he is using it to position himself for a 2028 run. And I think normally that would deter a Republican administration or a White House from wanting to give this guy opportunities, maybe to hit them back or to debate, challenge them. But Trump, he runs right into the fire, especially when it comes to Gavin Newsom. And I think Gavin Newsom is one of the most skilled politicians that the left has right now. And so I would just say, I think anything could be on the table from the Trump administration when it comes to California and Los Angeles.
Now, you see all these tariff letters that he sent out over and over and over. I don't know, at this point, I think it's up at 10, 12 or so. What's the conversation around the White House in terms of this August 1st deadline? How much more are they expecting to bring in?
If you ask them, they tell you they're going to make every deal by the August 1st deadline. But that was also kind of the posture around the July deadline as well. I'm sure that they're hoping to make progress, but I think I'm always dying to know what President Trump thinks about all of this and the deadlines, because if you remember, Barry, when Liberation Day first happened, and then it was like a week or two later, the tariffs ended up getting paused. If you ask the administration about it, or any of the spokespeople, they would say, oh, this was art of the deal. But if you ask Donald Trump about it, he said, oh, no, people are just freaking out about the tariffs, and I wanted to give them relief. And he was far more honest about it. And so I'm curious for really his candid thoughts on how negotiation is going, and if he thinks this August deadline is going to make things more fruitful. I think they've made good progress so far. And I don't think the tariffs have been as catastrophic. This whole situation has been as catastrophic as the left wanted you to believe. And so that alone, I think, is a win for the administration.
Oh, yeah. You being a former college athlete, right? Didn't you play softball in college?
Yes.
What was your reaction to it finally coming out where some of these schools are saying, "Yep, nope, no more boys and girls sports"? And either they're going to or they have pulled away Leah Thomas's medals? What's going on with all that in terms of the no more boys and girls sports? I guess the question is, how widespread is it, nationally or just a few schools?
Well, first, I was really honored to be one of 3 journalists allowed to attend the announcement. So I got the first reaction from Secretary McMahon on the announcement. The announcement was the University of Pennsylvania will have to issue an apology to every member of the UPenn swim team that had to be around Leah Thomas, that was affected by Leah Thomas. The UPenn also had to strip Leah Thomas of all of his medals, of all of his records, etc. They had to change their Title IX policy and make sure it was in accordance with the government's Title IX policy. They had to post it loud and clear on their website and make it essentially the first thing you see when you log on to the university. And so right now it is just UPenn that has been affected by this. It was because the administration threatened to pull funding, $175 million from UPenn. But I spoke to Secretary McMahon after the event, and she told me that they are not done, that UPenn is just the beginning, that there are other schools that they're going to target and go after, whether it's the K through 12 level. And we do know that there are schools that are still allowing, individuals to participate, whether it's the college level. Her Department of Education is going to be going after these schools and kind of doing exactly what they did to UPenn. So don't expect this to be the last one.
That must make you feel good as a former athlete now.
Yeah, I mean,
an athlete and a woman. I mean, both sides of the coin.
I play in a slow pitch softball league down here, and it's co-ed. And let me tell you, Barry, I cannot keep up with the men whatsoever. They hit the ball so far over my head. When any woman gets up to bat, even if you've played college softball, everyone moves in a bit because you can't hit it as far as the guys can. And so I can't even imagine being a female athlete and having to compete against a man. It's unfathomable to me, against your will. At least I'm signing up for co-ed softball. I know what I'm getting.
Right.
But if you're signing up for a women's sport and now you have to compete against someone who's taking a spot from a female on a team, it's just so incredibly wrong.
Yeah, even worse than that, just not taking a spot, but having to force you to change in front of them. I mean, that part was just absolutely crazy. I mean, I don't understand wanting to compete against women, but I further don't understand why it's okay and why they are forcing these guys to go into the locker room of women. It's absolutely absurd. So in addition to the Epstein files story you're working on, what else are you working on?
I have my eye on Elon Musk. I don't know if you saw today, but he is now claiming that Steve Bannon is in the Epstein files now, which is ridiculous. And Elon should just make things more believable. But when I had spoken to some sources who told me that they're, pretty confident that Elon Musk has never even seen the Epstein documents or doesn't even know what's in them. So kind of put that to rest. But, I want to dig into more of what this third party he's creating. Is the White House worried about it? What's the White House's strategy and posture towards Elon Musk right now, especially Trump's political team and the RNC moving forward? And so, and I'm also just curious, is Elon actually going to back Thomas Massie, for example, or Brian Fitzpatrick, who also voted against the Big Beautiful Bill? Is he going to be pouring money into them? What does that look like? Are they going to be running ads? And so that's kind of my next project that I have my eyes on, is diving into Elon Musk land and seeing what's going to happen from that.
Even if he does decide, I guess that first filing was fake, but even if he does decide to create a different party, there's no party without politicians. Now, you mentioned Fitzpatrick and Massie. That's not going to get it done for him. So who would you think, if there are any people in the House or Senate, who would jump and go with him?
It's a great question. I'm not sure. I saw that there were even rumors that like Mike Pence would join Elon Musk, and the people were laughing at that. Like, that's never going to happen. You don't know anything about Elon or about Mike Pence if you think that. It's a good question. It's something I haven't given thought to. So maybe you just sparked a story idea.
Yeah, because there is. I thought that was the first thing I thought of. You can, with all your money, you can create a party. That's fine. But if you don't have any politicians in that party, what are you going to do? And, I'm just wondering if some Democrats would join that party. Because there's probably some Democrats who aren't really into this socialism stuff, but aren't Republicans, and they may think, you know what, Elon's party might be okay for me, but I'm just interested who would join your party, because for them to do that, for him, if he filed this week, and these politicians, they have probably until, I would say December to decide what they're going to do. And at that point, they're going to lose all the Republican money. So they got to make sure they get all the money from Elon. And then they have to make sure that Trump doesn't back somebody against them. Otherwise, they're just shooting themselves in the foot, I would think. So I would think that might be something you could roll with, because you can't have a party without any politicians. It would be kind of insane. So in regards, looking to see if somebody had a question here. Don't forget, Elon does have Twitter files. See, that's another thing too. We don't know what kind of data he has about all these other people that he's willing to release. So him talking about Steve Bannon, he's got to take it from stop making cartoons and get down to brass tacks. And that's one of the things that I see when you start, levying accusations at people. It's like, okay, if you got it, show it. It's that simple. So, and I'm looking to see if anybody has any questions for you. Somebody said John Bolton might be somebody.
John Bolton is so perplexing to me, because if you see him, he's always on the mainstream media. The legacy media is always talking to him, and they want to know like what he thinks, and they use him to almost like try to understand Donald Trump. And I'm like, you don't have anyone else better to talk to. You have John Bolton is who you're using to like get in touch with what Donald Trump is thinking. I think it's just so irrelevant.
Yeah, completely. Have you ever tried to talk to somebody like John Fetterman?
No, I haven't. I think that would be a really interesting interview.
Yeah, I think that would be a strong. I'm thinking of the people who might waver a little bit, and with his backing might want to do it. So I don't know. So good luck with you on that one. I'd love to see how that comes out. All right, so I'm looking here to see what kind of, if I got any more comments. Here's one. This is interesting. All right, so if Elon's support for this party is only 4%. Do you foresee that it continues to be even relevant at this point?
No, I don't think that I don't think this will last very long. Mm-hmm. I don't even know. I'm curious if we'll even see Elon Musk weigh in much in politics in 2028. I think that we could see him financially back people, but I don't know how much good talking about politics has done for him and his companies. Right. And it's unfortunate. And you can tell, I had the opportunity to sit with him around 100 days and really pick his brain about stuff. And I could tell that it all really weighed him down. Everything that had happened at the White House, the backlash he had gotten from Doge. Right. And I just don't know if the cost benefit analysis for Elon Musk is worth it. And honestly, he perhaps might be surprised that the American Party is not more popular.
Yeah, I bet he is. All right, so last question for you. Something I've been saying and wondering myself at the same time. The big, beautiful bill, the Supreme Court, all these things, and we're still 6 months in. What's next?
Isn't that the golden question? I'm not sure. That is a great question. I don't really know, Barry. Yeah. I'm not sure what the next thing is for Donald Trump. And, that's something I've heard my colleagues in the White House want to ask Donald Trump. What's next? Where do you go from here? What else do you plan? Maybe it's having Congress take over D.C. Maybe it's not the Epstein files, I can tell you that. So I'm not sure what is next for Donald Trump. And isn't that a crazy position to be in 6 months into the administration? it is absolutely wild.
I pulled
Maybe
up-
codifying.
I pulled up his 20 promises, his agenda before he ran. And here we are. It's only July, and he's basically mowed through all of them. And so, 6 months in, what do you do for an encore? What's next? And so Mike Johnson had said something about reconciliation or some more rescission bills as well. I said last question before, but here's the last question. Are you seeing anybody with Trump fatigue? Are they having a hard time keeping up with him?
Keeping up, like it's just so much. It's reporting.
Not just from a reporting standpoint, but if I'm thinking what's next, and you're thinking I don't know what's next, and other reporters are thinking what's next, I got to believe there's some people in Congress going, "What's he going to throw at us next?" And are they ready for it?
Oh yeah, I think that's honestly a normal reaction. I mean, I was reflecting on just Joe Biden and the administration and how reporters acted under the Biden administration. And I think people got really used to that pace.
Yeah.
How boring it was. Nothing was happening. No news. The president wasn't taking questions, etc. Wasn't asking Congress to do much. And I think everyone across the aisle got used to that and probably enjoys that to a certain degree. And so I personally haven't come into contact with any congressmen who are like, fatigued from Trump, but it would not surprise me. And quite frankly, I think it's almost, it's not a bad thing if they're fatigued. It's probably just a normal feeling given what we're coming off of.
I got another last question because I'm thinking of myself here, but I'm not in Washington. I've been broadcasting for 4 hours thus far, and I've got 20 more minutes in that other video to show. And I didn't plan this. When Ashley booked your interview, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go on at this time, and I'm going to go on at this time. And then yesterday he goes, oh, by the way, I'm having a cabinet meeting at 11 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to do a 9 a.m. press conference. How are you guys able to stay on your toes and plan your lives? I mean, you're sitting there in a White House press room, and it's like, oh, he just called a press conference. And everybody, are you getting any advance notice of this stuff?
Sometimes we are, yes. I will tell you, we got like a weekly advance notice under the Biden administration that kind of tell us on Sunday night what we could expect Monday through Friday. And I said something to a White House official. I said, we used to get weekly guidances. It would be really nice if we got a weekly guidance. And that White House official said to me, it would be really nice if we got a weekly guidance. We don't even know what's coming. And so at that point, I was like, I can't really blame them. They don't even know.
That's funny. Well, Reagan, thank you for taking the time out of a busy day. It's 3 o'clock. Who knows what the rest of the day holds? I mean, you may decide to go to lunch or go get a pedicure or something, and bam, get back here. We got something else going on because it's early in the day for him. I'm surprised if he's done. Last question. How often does he call lids? I mean, we used to see him with Biden all the time. Do you get official notice that he goes, I'm done for the day, or you never know for the most part when the day is over?
Oh, they have to call lid every day. That's standard. They need to, is like essentially how they tell reporters you can go home. And so you do get lids. If there's nothing on the schedule, for the evening, they're typically called around 6 p.m.
Okay. Oh, very good. Yeah. All right. Well, that was the last question. And I'll let you go back to your life at this point. And please, I'm sure everybody wants to know what you dig up about this Epstein stuff as well.
I'll let you guys know. Thanks so much, Barry.
Thank you very much, Reagan.
to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed that with Reagan. She's always great. Love her information. Let's see what she comes up with the Epstein file, or is she going to get the door slammed on her? We shall see very soon, obviously. Just we'll keep up with her and find out what happens. All right, so let's continue with this press conference. We got about 25 minutes more. By the way, they haven't got to the questions yet. This is just people making their opening statements. So she had a number of people behind her: Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, Peter Navarro. And so now they're getting to the press conference.
State of Nebraska. Third step is simply that we have direct conversations with companies that are from China. Peter Syngenta called me, wanted to come to the Capitol and have a meeting, and I said I have no interest in having a meeting, have no interest in you being in Nebraska. My suggestion would be to leave. My suggestion would be to get a different job. I'm really, really proud to announce that Syngenta has sold their business in Nebraska to a family-owned genetic company from the United States. So we're really excited about that. I think that what is really, really important is I think back on 40 years of things that have gone on that has never made sense. It's really important that the leaders behind me, that we continue to have the courage and the wisdom to never back down and to stand up and protect our land and protect our families, because we all in agriculture risk. We talk about gambling, Christy. We all risk everything we have every single day to put food on the grocery stores. And then lastly, I'm really, really excited about Secretary Rollins and her understanding and work in terms of foreign animal disease, because that's another risk where adversaries could have a great impact. These are issues that are really, really important, and none of us can ever give up. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Now, Senator Tommy Tuberville from the great state of Alabama.
Damn, she didn't call me coach. I always look for a day like this when I was coaching. I'd work the hell out of them, and then we'd line up down there in the parking lot and just run for about an hour, you know. Just think about it right now, though. Our farmers every day go out in this every morning to scratch the ground to try to make a living and try to feed all of us in this country. And they're very important. I'm on the Ag Committee, Armed Services Committee. I've seen it all. I'm not a politician. I've been on the front row and been able to watch the devastation of our farming community in the last 4 years under the Democrat, Socialist, Communist Biden party. It was devastating. Input cost high, $5 diesel. Instead of a $700,000 cotton picker, they're $1.5 million. They wanted to put our farmers under. We lost 150,000 farms and 25,000 farmers in the last few years. Folks, we are in trouble in ag, really trouble. And we just tried to help them with reference prices in the big, beautiful bill we just passed, but they're going to need a lot of help. They are scratching and clawing just to make a living. Thanks for Brooke putting this on. China is a threat. They're not a threat. They are dominating us in almost everything that they do, because we've set back and the politicians have been counting their money instead of doing what's right and helping this country stay in the front. We've got to be number one. We can't be number two. We've got to fight back. They are coming into our country and buying our farmland. In my state of Alabama alone, they own 2.2 million acres of farmland. That's right, in Alabama. Foreign adversaries. It's embarrassing of what we've done. Now, don't blame the farmers. The farmers have to make a living, and if they can't make a living, they have to sell their farmland. The Biden administration forced our farmers to sell their farmland by all the things they did to them. It's a disgrace. Brooke is going to bring that back. President Trump's going to bring that back. The one thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pass the Farm Act, Foreign Adversaries Act. What is that? We have a group in this country called CFIUS. CFIUS is a group of cabinet members that determine who buys what if it's a foreign sale. I mean, they all get together and they look at it, whether it's a steel company, whether it's farmland, whether it's some kind of business. That's what CFIUS does. And it's made up of high-ranking cabinet members in the White House. Who is not on there? The Secretary of Agriculture. What the hell are we doing? I mean, how far behind are we? We have to get the Secretary of Agriculture own CFIUS to protect our farmland. If we don't do it, we're going to continue to lose at the end of the day. So thanks for being here. In a few minutes, we'll line up down in this end zone, and we're going to start running this way until I get tired of watching. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Oh, Coach, thank you so much. Next up, Senator Roger Marshall, then Chairman G.T. Thompson of the House will close it out, and then we'll answer a few questions. Please help me welcome Senator Roger Marshall.
Well, good morning, everybody. America's abundant food supply is not guaranteed. It's a strategic asset we must fiercely protect. Farm and ranch security is national security, and I'm proud today to share how Kansas is at the heart of this mission. Today, we tell China to get the hell out of American agriculture. Today, China, here's your ticket. Do not pass go. Get the hell out of American agriculture. And the Trump administration is going to lead the way. Now, I want to start by just thanking Secretary Rollins, and maybe we can help you get some Angus cattle someday for your farm. But I do want to thank Secretary Rollins and President Trump and his administration for his unwavering commitment to our farmers, our ranchers, and rural America. The big reconciliation bill we just passed exemplifies this support. It strengthened the farm safety net, including increased reference prices. It makes key business tax deductions permanent and doubles the estate tax exemption up to $30 million for couples and streamlines the 45Z tax credit. Folks, 45Z is going to do more for agriculture than all the soybeans and sorghum we sold to China in the past 5 years. This bill empowers our agriculture communities and secures our family farms for generations to come. Now, as a fifth-generation farm kid, I learned how agriculture underpins our economic stability, our public health, our national defense, our geopolitical autonomy, and our rural way of life. It contributes $1.5 trillion to GDP and supports over 22 million jobs, yet we often take it for granted. Our farmers, our ranches, our food supply chains face grave threats, specifically bioterrorism, procurement disruptions, and foreign ownerships. A virus like COVID, which was made in a lab, could target our beef and dairy cattle industry next, or a fungus could devastate our wheat and our corn. Whether it's from nature or made in a laboratory by a foreign adversary, these risks demand vigilance. Let me share how Kansas is leading the fight. We're proud to host the Animal Health Corridor that stretches from Columbia, Missouri to Manhattan, Kansas, the Little Apple, to Lincoln, Nebraska, where cutting-edge research thrives. And why in the world we let scientists from foreign adversaries in those experiments and in those laboratories, I'll never know. And why we're doing research with American dollars in those foreign countries of threats, I'll never know either. I want to thank President Trump. In his first term, he welcomed the USDA's Economic Research Service, the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, to Kansas City, which complements the National Bioagro Defense Facility in Manhattan. This synergy makes Kansas a global hub for agriculture innovation. Our strength lies in our collaboration. By uniting public and private sectors with land-grant universities like my alma mater, the fighting, ever-fighting, mighty Wildcats of Kansas State University, we're building a resilient food supply. There you go, Coach Tuberville. Let's go Wildcats. I want to just commend the Department of Defense and all the agencies up here today for your joint efforts to combat diseases like avian influenza, screwworm, and foot and mouth, protecting our farmers and communities. And finally this, let me just concur with Coach Tuberville that I'm going to champion for the Secretary of Agriculture to be part of CFIUS. President Trump could appoint her, and Congress can make that legal for years to come as well. That's the best way to counter these emerging threats. Think about it. China right now owns land next to Whiteman Air Force Base, where our B-2s were launched that did just a spectacular job of, yes, obliterating Iran's nuclear armament. They own land next to Fort Riley, Kansas, home of the Big Red 1 1st Infantry Division as well. We need someone who thinks agriculture when they wake up in the morning and they go to bed and they think of agriculture as national security. Again, we can't take our food supply for granted. Kansas is leading the way, but it takes a national resolve to protect our farms, to fortify our biosecurity, and keep America's food in Americans' hands. Thank you so much. God bless us. Have a great day.
Thank you. Quick announcement, as of this afternoon, I will be officially a member of CFIUS, so that is happening. the incredible team at USDA and our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson. Finally, from the amazing agriculture state of Pennsylvania and chair of the House Agriculture Committee, please help me welcome G.T. Thompson.
Good morning, everybody. What a glorious day. A great day for making hay, and a great day for making history. For making history in terms of making sure that we are taking these next steps to secure both farm security and food security, which quite frankly is national security. As chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I'm so appreciative to President Trump, to Secretaries Rollins, Hegseth, and Nome, as well as Attorney General Bondi for their recognition that food security is national security. In the Agriculture Committee's preparation for the Farm, Food, and National Security Act, we identified threats to food security impacting America's #1 and most essential industry, which is agriculture. Our farmers are on the front lines of food security, and that is essential to our national security. America's farm families are facing serious challenges, from foreign threats to our farmland and the theft of our intellectual property, to high energy costs driven by out-of-control inflation from the previous administration, market instability, poor SNAP integrity, crushing taxes, extreme weather, and an often unreliable workforce. All of these make life harder for America's farm, ranch, and forestry families, and jeopardizes our country's food security. I want to thank President Trump for using every tool at his disposal to make America's food supply safer. The One Big Beautiful Bill included a historic investment in our agriculture value chain, including provisions from the Bipartisan Farm, Food, and National Security Act. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes investments to strengthen our livestock biosecurity from foreign animal disease, as well as delivers major tax relief, shields the next generation of farmers from the death tax, supports affordable energy policies that keep family farms running and food prices low. It includes historic integrity measures for the SNAP program and so much more. But there's still a lot of work left to be done. On behalf of the House Agriculture Committee, I look forward to partnering with Secretary Rollins and others across the administration on this important initiative. Farm and food security is national security. Thank you to President Trump and this dynamic cabinet team for your commitment and your leadership. God bless and thank you so much.
Okay, everyone, we're going to open it up for some questions. I would note that while we were standing here and all of you were sitting there, it's too bad Secretary Bobby Kennedy's not here because we're all getting a lot of vitamin D today. So we'll let him know. He'd be very proud. All right, we'll take some questions from the press.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. 2 questions, if that's okay. First of all, I'm seeing on this map that there's a lot of Chinese-owned farmland in California. Are you looking into the severity of that and what those consequences are? And then number 2, the president has expressed concerns about how mass deportations would affect the farm industry. Do you have concerns on this front? And are you hearing about some of these top conservatives saying that there's a push for amnesty for this workforce?
Well, thank you for those questions. The first thing I'll say on California, and I'd love for anyone else to join me if they have thoughts on that, is this, that a lot of people said, well, look at the red states are the ones leading the way. The red states are the ones that are banning the Chinese-owned farmland, and this is true. But I have to believe that even the Democrat governors and even the blue states realize what a massive threat this is to national security and how important it is. So we plan to work with everyone, no matter which party, no matter which side of the aisle they're from, to ensure that the people of this country and our agriculture farmland is protected. The second question, I appreciate you bringing that up. There's been a lot of noise in the last few days and a lot of questions about where the president stands and his vision for farm labor. The first thing I'll say is the president has been unequivocal that there will be no amnesty, and I think that's very, very important. I and the rest of our cabinet certainly support that, effectuate that, and make sure that happens every single day. The second thing, to your question about mass mass deportations. The President and I have spoken about that once or twice, and he has always been of the mindset that at the end of the day, the promise to America to ensure that we have a 100% American workforce stands, but we must be strategic in how we are implementing the mass deportation so as not to compromise our food supply. Ultimately, the answer on this is automation, also some reform within the current governing structure, and then also when you think about there are 34 million able-bodied adults in our Medicaid program. There are plenty of workers in America, but we just have to make sure we're not compromising today, especially in the context of everything we're thinking about right now. So no amnesty under any circumstances. Mass deportations continue, but in a strategic and intentional way as we move our workforce toward more automation and toward a 100% American workforce. And ultimately, it's the wonderful members of Congress behind me who are taking this on the fixing the current immigration system. So thank you so much.
Madam Secretary, thank you. First of all, condolences, thoughts, and prayers to all the folks back in Texas. It is near and dear to your heart. A couple quick thoughts. Congratulations on the success of getting at least partially, the death tax repealed in the BBB, because, as we all know, it affects farmers disproportionately to a great extent. Congratulations on that. Also, egg prices today, just right now, hit $2.49 a dozen. A clear 55% below the failed Bidenomics egg price. And we all know it's not just about eggs, but it has become a metaphor for inflation. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Because food inflation is coming down. That's a testament to you.
Thank you.
The thought and the question follow-up is, what a great group you put together here. Wonderful, wonderful idea. Surprising it hasn't been done sooner. So the question is, has President Trump talked to you about this group, number one? And I guess equally as important, have the Chinese government, either officially or unofficially, reached out to you about this program?
So the first thing I'll say, and I appreciate that so much. Who are you with?
It's Eric Bowling. I'm with
That's
the
right.
Bowling Show.
Eric, thank you. And with the Bowling Show, it's great to have you, and thank you for making your way. I would like to note, and it's not lost on you, Eric, but I want to make sure everyone understands, this cabinet and this administration is different. That in previous administrations, I don't know that you would ever see 4 cabinet secretaries, a counselor to the president, one of the most steadfast, loyal patriots who've stood beside him, Peter Navarro, ever come out together on a morning when 100-degree weather and talk about agriculture, farmland. But we are all in this together, and the president has been resolute in ensuring that we do everything that needs to be done to protect the homeland. So I'm very, very proud of that. On the second question, I don't want to get ahead of the president, so I won't answer that. One of the chief lessons I've learned over many years is never get ahead of President Trump. But there is no doubt that he, our cabinet, our administration, our friends across the country are acutely aware of this issue and doing everything we can to solve for it. Eric, thank you for being here. Next question.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Jackson Richmond at the Epoch Times. Was Secretary Rubio consulted on this, given the national security aspect of this, and then was the CDC consulted, given the bioterrorism aspect of this?
Yes, all of the above were consulted. To get to this point, a little bit of sausage making for everyone. It's not just we throw an event together and here we all are. The layers and layers and layers of work to go through all of the agencies is of utmost importance. And what I have learned now in a little bit of my time in government is that often, and this is the reason you don't see the ball moving down the field very often, the amount of effort it takes to integrate and work, and the long nights and the sleepless nights, especially by our team, our incredible Chief of Staff, Kaylee Buller, is the one who's really been driving this alongside the rest of our team, is really inspiring. So yes, they've all been consulted. Everyone has been incredibly supportive to get to this point today. But what I would like to say as well, and thank you for that question, is that this is just the beginning. Today is the first step to get us to this announcement as we begin this important work. You'll be hearing a lot from us on this over the next 4 years, and some real metrics in place that we're putting, like how do we measure our success? And I think that's what makes this administration different. So thank you for being here. Love the Epoch Times. And next question.
Yes, Philip Brasher with AgriPulse. I wanted two questions. One, following up on the immigration question. The president has continually said that he wants to give farmers some kind of temporary pass.
Could you define what he means by temporary pass? Does that mean ICE won't go onto farms for a certain period? What does he mean by that? And the second question is, what are you going to do at USDA with regard to the remaining property owned by Syngenta and Smithfield Foods, which is a large portion of this Chinese-owned land?
That's right. Well, the second question first, as we discussed earlier, and Mr. Navarro, again, and he and his team over at the White House, amongst many others, we are looking at every available option. There are multiples of options. You'll likely see an executive order on this very soon from the White House, and we'll be looking at multiple different authorities within the federal government to begin to claw that back. So that's what I'll say about that. Again, I think I answered the second question, where we are on farm labor, a little bit earlier, but what I will say is that Lori Chavez de Rimmer is our Secretary of Labor, and the H-2A visa program, all of the programs that inure to moving in seasonal ag workers are under Secretary Chavez de Rimmer. She has been working around the clock with her team. I think we'll probably hear a little bit more about this today, and the conversations will continue. But I can't underscore enough, there will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
One more question.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Kate Goodell with the Washington Post. I'm wondering if you can perhaps spell out some of the specific threats that we're seeing with Chinese farmland at the moment. I also wanted to ask about the legislative efforts and what form the executive action might take and whether you have a timeline.
Well, first on American farmland, and I'd love for Peter to add to this, and if anyone else would like to as well. When you look at the chart, which is behind our, by the way, our new Deputy Secretary Stephen Vaden started yesterday from the great state of Tennessee, Governor Lee. You can see on this chart the hundreds of thousands, and by the way, this is just China-owned. This is not other countries of concern owned, such as North Korea, Russia, Iran, and others. You can see that a lot of those, the red blocks, are actual military bases. And ultimately, when we're talking about national security, that is, I think, the number one concern, certainly of this administration, is what's happening there as we're looking at the threats that this country is facing, but specifically through agriculture is really, really important. Peter, I don't know if you want to add to that.
And thanks for asking that question. If you look at the gradations of threat, that's the most obvious. I mean, how did we let that happen? How did we let that happen? And Siphius, Greek word, I think, for like doing nothing, right? But not during the Trump administration. And I can tell you, if nothing else happened today, having Brooke Rollins on that board, give her a hand. That's a big deal. But if you look at the concept here of unrestricted warfare that I talked a little about earlier, it's not just the idea that you can surveil troop movements, flights, all the things you would worry about just from a pure national security view. But you remember when they arrested the Chinese spies on the Iowa farmland? You all remember that? I mean, that was another turning point in our awareness, where they were, so if they're owning the farmland, they have access to all of they're going to get the seeds that way too. And so ultimately, the other thing they want to do is, which is why they bought Smithfield Foods. I don't know if you know this, but China consumes 50% of the pork in the world. Did you know this? That's astonishing. I think we got the corner on Kentucky Fried Chicken, but they cornered the part. So when they acquire Smithfield's Foods and the entire pork chain, it's like that becomes a weapon in and of itself. So the more land they acquire here, the more control they have. And it's a business model. I mean, we're the United States, but they treat us like a colony. They do the same damn thing down in Zambia. with tobacco. And around all of Africa, they buy land, they bring in Chinese workers to work the land, and then they ship the food back to China, and the people around starve or pay higher prices. So when you ask us, what's this about? It's about everything. Food security is national security. Thank you.
I'm going to make a comment if you don't mind. So, to me, the Chinese owning land is just a small piece of the puzzle. I'm much more concerned about the food supply down the road here, that right now foreign entities own about a fifth of the protein processing. Between beef and pork, JBS and Smithfield own about a fifth, maybe a fourth of the protein processing in this entire country. That's just wrong. I think beyond that, it's the intellectual property theft. It's the Chinese scientists that are in our own universities and research that are stealing intellectual property. It wasn't too long ago they were taking rice seeds from my alma mater. The Attorney General mentioned something up in Michigan. It's that constant threat. But what really keeps me awake, the real threat to me, the biggest, is bioterrorism. If you could imagine a COVID-like virus made in a laboratory in Wuhan, China, that could infect all the hogs of the world, but you had an mRNA vaccine that could protect your own hogs, what would that do to our world's food supply? That's what keeps me up, and that's why I'm a big proponent of the work being done at NBAT, the National Agro-Research Defense Facility in Manhattan, Kansas as well. I think that's the biggest active threat that I see is bioterrorism.
Yeah, agreed. I think Senator Marshall really put a nice overview on the different threats. Really, American agriculture, I think, is defined as science, technology, and innovation. And all those are amazing. It defines agriculture today, but it also leads the way for agriculture over the horizon for the future. But it can be very vulnerable if we don't protect that. And in the past, we haven't provided protections for that. The science, the technology, the innovation that comes out of this great country, out of this essential industry. And I think the fact that today we're declaring that food security is national security, farm security is a part of that. I think this is a great milestone of making sure that we're protecting all of that for the future. America needs, we always want America to be in the lead no matter what we're talking about. But certainly when it comes to the thing that is probably most essential, and that is food and fiber, energy materials, building resources, all the things that come off that rural agriculture acreage, we have a duty and responsibility to make sure that those things are secure. So, Secretary, thank you for your leadership and vision on this. Much appreciated.
Timing is coming very soon. We'll continue to announce further steps to answer your final question. Listen, everyone, thank you so much for being here. It's really, really an honor to have you all here at the People's Department. Abraham Lincoln founded this department in 1862 to ensure that the American farmers and ranchers and rural prosperity, rural way of life was represented here in Washington. So thank you, and everyone can gather over on the right for Coach Tuberville's next workout. All right, thank you guys so much. Thank you.
All right, so we've been in news overload today. I mean, just completely news overload. It's been crazy. It's been combative. It's been overwhelming from this press conference to the cabinet. So much to digest. So I'm going to leave you here today, before I read the super chats, with a little bit of humor. Some stuff here that should make you feel a little bit light, jovial as you leave here for today, for the daytime show. Anyways, I think I still may do a night. It's only 3:30. Feel like I've been broadcasting all day. But let me just give you some lighthearted information about what's going down here at Alligator Alcatraz. Now it seems as though thank you, SB, for this piece, they're realizing, hey man, they got mosquitoes in the Everglades. All you city slickers coming down here, you think you're going to come out and embarrass the Trump administration and be, I can't take it. I can't even watch.
Democratic lawmakers showed up to the state-run Alligator Alcatraz immigration facility Thursday, demanding to be let in, with concerns of conditions inside and outside of the facility.
I just recently got bit as we came walking out here, and my lips are swelling. I know that that money is not going to ensure that these people all have mosquito spray or that they're covered and that they are well taken care of. And I'm concerned about that.
Oh yeah, you can say, huh? And don't even start about her lips swelling up. Don't go there. Don't go there.
I would say it's probably, 86, 87 degrees out here. So you're probably wondering why I'm wearing a hoodie and a rain jacket. And that's because you can barely walk outside here because of the mosquitoes. We're outside of what they call alligator Alcatraz. And let me tell you, you cannot get any worse than this. This is what we see surrounding this area. Naturally, when you get a lot of rain and puddles of water, and that of course breeds lots of mosquitoes. I can tell you progressively over the days that we've been here, it's just gotten so bad that we can, as members of the press, we can barely go outside of our vehicles. It's atrocious. So to think about what the folks who are going to be detained at this facility are going to go through is unbelievable, really.
They're not supposed to go outside. They're prisoners, moron. And if they want to stay, they're not living there. That's a way station. They're going to have to come in, get their papers, and move on. What a perfect idea to hold this place down here in the Everglades, because now even reporters are like, you want me to go where? No, ain't happening. And you ain't going to see any more like the Pelosi types coming down here to try and get a photo op. This is horrible. I love it. And so last one you can laugh at, here's an actual inmate per se.
Liam's Izquierdo on the phone describing what it's like inside the so-called alligator Alcatraz. Says he's been at the detention facility out in the Everglades since Friday. No water to bathe, he says. It's been 4 days since he showered. 400 people he believes are inside the facility. Only gets fed once a day, he says, and some of the food had worms. Detention center lights are on 24/7. The mosquitoes, he says, are the size of elephants. Izquierdo's partner, Katia, says he's a permanent resident who was arrested last week. First taken to TGK, then to Miramar, and finally to the Everglades facility.
Good morning, sir. You speak English? No.
Here is Izquierdo in bond court last Thursday.
You're charged with aggravated assault with deadly weapon and battery.
The police report says it all has to do with a violent dispute with a tow company worker who was trying to repossess a jet ski. Now back to the call. Complaints they're not allowed to go outside and the tents are freezing.
I don't know if that was real. That may have been AI. I have no idea, because I'm pretty sure they're getting fed and they're getting showered. So that's where I started leaning into this, is that's probably AI. They probably just produced that to make it look bad. But the other part, it's true. I wouldn't venture outside, especially this time of year. See, a lot of people don't understand what a mosquito is versus these things we have called no-see-ums. No-see-ums are these little gnat-like things that swarm. They don't come. See, when you say people doing like this, it probably isn't a mosquito, because mosquitoes, they target you and just come at you in a stealth mode. All this stuff is those other bugs, and they swarm. They come as a swarm. You'll just be walking down the road, and all of a sudden, they're in your mouth and your ears, and you start freaking out. Those aren't mosquitoes. Those are no-see-ums. That's something people up north have no idea about. If you're watching this, you're like, what in the hell is a no-see-um? Well, go visit somebody here in South Florida at about, 5:30 or so, venture outside. Just walk down the road about 5:30, 5:45. You're going to get introduced to no-see-ums. Tell you the truth, I don't even know what they are. But they will make you run inside. They will literally stop you from whatever you're doing and make you run inside. When I walk the dog sometimes in between shows, I have to check, what time is it? Oh, can't go out right now. Can't go, kids. Right now is no see 'em time. We can't go out there. It's crazy. But you learn to live with it. You realize, hey, it's 5:30. Don't go out there right now because the no see 'ems are out there. And then they're gone by like 6:15. They just disappear. Literally. I mean, the same area you're thinking they're swarming around your ears, in about 30 minutes, they're gone. Another secret people that not from here don't understand. They think, oh, those bugs are driving it crazy, until they just, I don't know where they go. They hibernate or whatever, but literally they last about half an hour. Same thing after it rains. If it rains at about 4:30, 5 o'clock, don't go traipsing through the grass, because when you start traipsing through the grass, you wake them all up and they're all over you. I can't even imagine what it's like in the Everglades, because this is a regular neighborhood and it's been treated. In the Everglades, where they have, they're free to just do whatever they want, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see many reports from the Everglades. Just going to tell you. Just going to let you know that. All right, let me do the super chats. Let me see if there are any. Yeah, there's some in here, so we'll go ahead and talk to you about that. Mr. Mike, don't worry, Barry. There are many of us that will follow Trump for the long haul. Go DJT all the way. Absolutely. Thank you. Gary Thomas, this is the best channel for true facts. Thank you very much. Susan, MGM and Sunset Boulevard. That's what it was called, Sunset Boulevard. I thought it was Sunset Strip, Sunset Boulevard. That was, oh, let me remind you about that before we go any further. If you'd like to be a part of the show, well, it's not like a game show host. If you'd like to be a part of the show, please go to fanfareshop.org/submit video. And if you're like Desdemona here, or whatever her name is, you can get your close-up and we can feature you on the show. I'd love to get so many submissions that I can go through like a good part of the show showing you the different submissions. So go to fanfareshop.org/submit video and you can go there and leave a video. You can also delete it if you don't like the way you look or something. But you have to be on, I believe, a laptop, a computer, or laptop or computer or a pad of some sort. It won't, as of right now, it won't work with mobile. So please feel free and we'll take a look. Donna Hill, maybe tonight I can feature some. Donna Hill, thank you. George Rivera, the response in Kerrville has been superb. Kudos. My question concerns what occurred before the deaths. Flood warnings were ignored by local EMS and government. Why? Lackadaisical? People hear flood warnings all the time and then just didn't heed them, didn't know how bad it was going to be. Maybe that's what it was. Possibly. Nelly, God bless you, Barry. Please put towards the Texas strategy. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Ashley's trying to get somebody from Samaritan's Purse on the show again. So let's see what happens. Thank you. Yeah, George Rivera, the missing minute. You need to believe a large group runs down the corridor, gains cell access, subdues someone, wraps a sheet around his neck, hangs him, then runs back in a minute. George, you're making too much sense. Excuse me. That's the problem with this whole Epstein thing. Once you start thinking about it and realize that nobody on any of the channels, nobody has access to the information. Nobody. So nobody knows. It's all conjecture. But you're absolutely right. And I'm not saying he didn't. I have to keep giving a disclaimer. I'm going to have to make a button where I put a disclaimer and go, nope, I believe things happen to the kids. I think it's heinous. I think he's horrible. I think if he didn't die, he should die. It's awful. I went through the whole thing, dug through it, saw it all, healed. And Robin even volunteered. I understand. But I'm talking about the entirety of the picture, and you are correct. Some people have become consumed by it. Job for 9, California, approximately $1.18 for every. Is that $1.18? Paid $3.89 in California, so other people can do the math. Trump is doing his job out here. State reps are the ones causing the price to be higher. Wow. Daylight, can't understand Schumer. Is he brain dead or just evil? Yes. Donald Donovan, the Trump's description of the portraits are the breadcrumbs that everyone should be picking up on. Think about the people that he has put up on the walls, just saying. I am going to, if I can get things together in time, that's what I'm going to be talking about tonight. I want to show you something real quick that I dug up. Real quick, and I'll get back to those. Just to give you a quick heads up as to what something I found. I found this, and I want you guys to take a look at it. These are some of the quotes that President Trump, before he got kicked off of X, these are some of the things he was saying back in 2012. 2012. See, this is what I'm saying. People who don't know Trump aren't putting everything together. 2012 is 13 years ago. And even before then, he based a lot of what he did on Sun Tzu. And for some reason, maybe laziness, people don't want to dig into all the different things and how he used to talk about it. Or it could be because, you know, he got bounced off of Twitter and you better have had the screenshot. If you don't have the screenshot, then you'd have to do research and find things. It's easy to say, oh, she needs to be fired because, but again, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Like I said, if you think she should be fired, then you're telling everybody you don't have faith in him. Period. Period. All right, Barry, thank you so much for that needed get real discussion. Clever to show Trump's agenda list. Clever to show Trump's agenda list. I voted Trump 3 times and happy. Yeah, a lot of people haven't seen that list. There's a lot of things out there that people haven't reviewed, and for some reason, people don't show them. Black Cherokee Wolf. I love President Trump in the cabinet. Thank you, thank you. Del Hole. Powerful people got time to get away. We'll know who they are when they are in cuffs. They're going to lie to us for the better well-being. Somebody asked me earlier, so it's okay for her to lie to us? Think about what you're saying. And I don't mean this in any kind of a bad way. You think they care if they lie to you? Who are you? You see, misdirection is a strategy. It's a tool. It's a weapon. Misdirection in any war is very important. And again, I direct you to the day of June 20th. And in the days prior to June 20th, when President Trump months ago said, you got 60 days. You got 60 days to get this stuff figured out. Oh, yeah, we're talking right now. Remember that? Remember he said that? Well, we're going to see. We're not really sure what's going on. He knew exactly what was going on. They didn't plan that mission in 12 hours. Yes, he walked out, looked at the camera, and lied. Are you accepting that? Are you accepting that the president, because he had to, for strategic reasons, looked into the camera and said, I gave him 60 days, we'll see what's going to happen? He already knew what was going to happen. You now know that looking back. So if you're armed with that information that the President of the United States stood in front of you and said, yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. Boom. Oh my God, he blew up Iran. Was he supposed to tell you? Well, I know they went over the 60-day period I told them. And so guess what? Next week we're going to go bomb them. Would you rather he said that? Mm-mm. So now when he says, yeah, stop talking to me about the Epstein stuff. Get over here. What's he supposed to tell you? Oh, you guys don't even know. We're about to arrest Clinton. We're about to arrest this person. We're going to arrest Prince Andrew. Oh, we're going to arrest them all. No, of course he can't tell you. Think, people. Think. You're in a war. I think maybe that's why some people are having a problem. They don't understand and accept that you're in a war for the survival of this country. If you knew you were in a war for the survival of this country, you would not want to tip anybody off as to what your moves are going to be. Just saying. Ken Romolino, I'm so sick of all the people in here that still get duped and become zealots for mainstream news and propaganda. Their world is the size of a pea and the world is passing them by. It works very well. Propaganda works very well on both sides. I just checked in on X and I'm like, I watch them all. Every post somebody puts up is about Epstein. And you know what? It's not going to get them any further down the road whatsoever. They have tightened the vice. They're doing whatever they're going to do at this point. Del Hole, for all we know, this Elon Trump tip is just planned for some reason. Keep eyes one way while things move in the background. Could completely be true as well. We don't know. This is unlike anything we've seen that we know of. But the first acceptance people have to make is we are in a civil war. There are people that want to take us down. I just found it incredible that, Peter Navarro walked up to the microphone and, did you just say Sun Tzu? Did you just say Sun Tzu? Yeah, okay. Listen, Nikki, you're one of the few, if not only podcasters that makes the audience use critical thinking rather than tell them what to think. Thank you. Nikki, that's because I don't look at people here as being in an audience. That, first and foremost, tells you the difference here. It's the reason why Roaring Rage and Severo and Beth and SV do so much moderating, is because we're cultivating a community here. People that I want to be engaged, who want to be to understand what's going on a lot deeper than what they're normally told. So I'm not looking to talk at people. Heck, I just invited people to make videos. Oh, that's a good segue, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, go make a video and send it to me. Okay, we'll use it. Let me know when other people start doing that. Del Ho, I'm a father, 4 girls. I'd rather wait patiently, see more go down, just to get a few off the list now. Side note, they rated Melania's panty draw. Guarantee he's gonna get Old Testament. Here's another thing you can go look up. Von Clausewitz. Go look up von Clausewitz, another person Trump has in the past referenced. Beverly Linton, reporters these days feel entitled to everything Trump plans during World War III. Those idiots would demand and disclose where the Allies were landing on D-Day. Despicable and treasonous. Yeah, they would tell if they knew. And Beverly again, why would we want Congress to run D.C.? Too many commies in Congress. I don't know exactly why they want to run D.C., except for maybe he really does just want to clean it up and not have it be such a S-hole, if you know what I mean, and I think you do. All right, so long out, 5 hours as of right now, but you guys can hang out in the after party. I thank you greatly for today's show. Long one.